you!
You're scared. And you should be.
This is not your company anymore.
Leave the cheek of CM Punk.
Out! Combo move! This is what they've been doing! Hey, McAfee!
Everyone shut the up and sit down!
We got a mom in the front row who taught her daughter how to suck dick!
I'm Mina Shirakawa. I used to be a model. I want to put on a big show.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by yours truly, the Renegade JJ Williams. Hi guys. Hi guys. CM Punk drama bullshit to the side. I still consider Hangman the worst AEW champion they've had. First of all, we're going to bring in Walter Cruz.
I said that as a joke when what's his name did his promo Monday. He said, "I'm from a prestige university." I said he majored in Steiner, man.
We've got the Heb man, James Hebert, in the house.
I do really cool in dumb teams on the internet.
Right. A lot of shit going on here. A lot of fucking crazy ass shit.
Where is Noah JD? Well, say his name and he appears, because we believe in Noah Foster.
Fuck is this intro? It is one of those things where, as fans, we do have these desires of what we want to see, but sometimes you can't always get what you want, and there are reasons you truly don't get what you want. I wouldn't even listen to this in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. What the fuck is this shit? God, rapid whack. Like I said, never been a greater time to be a wrestling fan, and with more companies in a more lucrative spot, in a more comfortable business spot, in a sense with mine it seems than ever. Again, WWE is not the only one. It is not the end-all, be-all. So let's go back to the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams to get the official word. JJ, speak!
Make sure you tune in every week, because you never know who's going to drop in to join the shenanigans. Catboy is in the house.
Hello, my internet family.
I say if you want to make them as evil as possible, make them really mad.
We have Mansfield joining the party now. What is going on, Josh?
Like I told no one when we were in Cleveland, him joining JC was just an unfortunate side effect of my shenanigans towards you, JJ. I know how it can get better, Noah. The panel chooses you.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
He said that so like.
They got the intro back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just like how you and I had lunch together the other week.
That was different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King is here. Say his name and he appears. We believe in King A-Train. There are so many believers in Joe Hendry. The only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Joe Hendry is King A-Train. Tell the world why you do not believe in Joe Hendry.
The reason I do not believe Joe Hendry is he is Fandango 2.0 in a entrance merchant. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Hey! There's nothing wrong with being an entrance merchant. He has some of the best entrances of all time.
Teleporting into the command center, all the way from Angel Grove High, Datilla.
Oh, yeah. I went to the command center on Thursday. I went to Vasquez Rocks, which is where they filmed a lot of episodes. Somebody actually climbed to the very top of those rocks. I made it halfway. I was like, I'm not going up there. Definitely Toni Storm versus Mariah May. That's the one match I probably am looking forward to the most. I really like the story. I'm familiar with all about Eve, so if it plays out that way, I kind of know how this is gonna go.
Say goodnight, Datilla.
Good night.
James, you did say his name. So he shall appear, ladies and gentlemen, the first time on the Shenanigans. Jeff Meacham is in the motherfucking house.
Ah! All right, we're coming in hard with the botch. All right, fucking hell. It's good to be back. It's good to have an opportunity to talk to the crowd on a Saturday. If you want to have yourself stomach through it, you can go back and watch when the Main Event Mafia took over Impact. That's what James is talking about. So if everybody just joined us, we're talking about people sedating people, attempted murder, boys, and tips. Welcome to Saturday Shenanigans, everybody. Aren't you glad I'm back?
Welcome back, Jeff.
Cool.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back once again to the weekly weekend moderated conversation of Wrestling Madness. That is the Saturday Shenanigans. I am, of course, once again your impromptu host for the evening, the simple man, Noah Foster. Good to see everybody in the chat. Good to see everybody here, of course, as always. And figure those that tune into our watch along so far throughout the entire duration of the week, as tonight's edition of the Shenanigans will encompass truly all the wrestling. Hope everyone's doing very well. And of course, I am never alone in this soiree. There are people to cause me utterly go insane in the membrane. Let's go ahead and bring them in. Starting first and foremost, my color cohort, of course, part of Simply Reliable that we've come to know ourselves as. He is Mr. Reliable, the most reliable compadre to the Simply Reliable Studios. If you haven't already, subscribe. The Rage of Wrestling, Walter Cruz. Walter, good to see you after literally hour and a half, maybe. I lost track of time. I was sleeping through Zelda music. How you feeling, man, overall?
Good to see you. Long time no see, Noah.
Yeah, right. I'm about to say. It's been a while, right? Yeah. Politely.
I'm doing well. A lot of stuff on the books over the last few days with GCW and WWE, but I'm glad to be here.
Like Big G, always happy to be here. Shout out to LBG1 that we acknowledge him. Big Baller Big G, of course, joined us in the chat. Good to see, of course, Fett, Charles, Darren G, Nathan, and our Canadian friend Ash. Of course, in the chat, I'll leave the chat to you. But yeah, man, it's good to see you once again. And while we're not at the Krusty Krab, home of the Krabby Patty, here is the WrestleFish himself. Okay. Always good to have Ryan back here.
Hello, guys.
Again. Hello, Ryan. How are you?
I am all right. I missed SummerSlam somehow. I've been distracted with Mario Kart, but we did get in some wrestling last night with House of Glory.
I'll say, there you go. And I'm sure we'll cover that and so much more. And hopefully you haven't been blue shelled into oblivion and into rage. But hey, always appreciate you. And I'm sure we'll get into that along with so much stuff as always. And speaking of a man that rages sometimes and rants, does really cool and dumb things on the internet as well. You go look at his work in the Mario Sunshine Eclipse series he did with the Collective. It's always good to have him if he's Avatar Man tonight. Of course, I'm out the Heat Man, James Hebert, who's too tired to be on cam, LOL, and honestly, I don't blame him. James, good to have your voice as part of the Shenanigans as always. How you feeling, man?
I am like you usually are, Noah, when it's a late night. I am tired. It has been a long family day. Everybody knows that I unfortunately had to miss Bloodsport because of a family day. So you, good sire, actually stepped in along with JJ from what I understand. So thank you all very much for that. Unfortunately, I feel sad because that show looked really kick-ass and a lot of fun. So you guys probably got a damn good show out of that, and I sadly missed it. So I'll have to watch it back on the replay.
Actually, with the pacing of it, JJ was able to stay the whole time because you know how Bloodsport's pacing is. So no one didn't join, but it was fucking kick-ass.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all.
Well, you'll be happy to know, James, you still got more Bloodsport in the future, including the home of fisticuffs where Bloodsport will emanate from. Jolly old England, London.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I ain't missing that. I'm definitely not going to. I'm going to do my best to fucking be there for that.
Yeah, who knows? You might call Anthony a go-go in his true form. But we'll talk more about that, I'm sure, as well, too. Well, for now, we got a Fantastic Four. We'll see if this escalates into a frantic 5, a stupendous 6, a rather surprising 7, or who knows what else. Without further ado, gentlemen, lady in the chat,
Fellow viewers, casual, hardcore, first time and continuing to. Let's get right into it. Again, the run sheet for tonight, we're literally going to talk about all the wrestling. Talking about, of course, GCW and Bloodsport. We, of course, had 3 nights of GCW in Japan. So we're going to start talking about that. Of course, I want to give a shout out to James Hebert and Nick Ferrantes, who, of course, covered all 3 of those shows across the span of Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. And based on what I saw in Simply Predicting chat, there was some unique moments that might question people's logic when it comes to anatomy and other things. So, James, since you're not here, you and James covered all that. What were your takeaways across all 3 nights of GCW in Japan? Go ahead and spearhead the discussion, and then we'll see if anyone else has anything to add or if they even watched it.
Oh, man. Okay, so I have to really talk about the fact that I saw Abdullah Kabushir's fucking asshole bleeding. No bullshit. That's literally what I saw. And I also saw way too much of his anatomy that I did not want to see because he took his pants off and had a goddamn, the biggest thong I've ever seen. And it was not a flattering look. I guess that's his gimmick. Him and Effie had the most gross and vile match that I've seen. Now, granted, it was not on the level of XPW shit. It was damn close. So that was fun. And I am forever scarred for life because I saw the moon. If you get that reference, shout out DreamWorks. Anyway, fuck, man. I will say, though, even with that, and with Kikutaro coming in, because I don't fuck with Kikutaro. The second night was the best night of all 3 nights. The first night was second night, the third night was a little bit better, but then got ruined because I found my limit. I think it really depends on how they do the Invisible Man angle and how they do the blow up doll angle. I now realize you can't do them in the same match unless you have wrestlers that could literally wrestle a broomstick. So that's what I determined.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's a long story on that one. But, honest to God, night 2, which was at Tokyo Square, was the best show of that week. Plenty of hardcore violence, plenty of great wrestling in the undercard. GCW, I think it is proper form, to be honest with you. I think that's the best show that week for GCW during their Tokyo tour. And despite the fact that I thought it was going to take place in literal Tokyo Square, because I thought it was going to take place in the common area and the outdoors, did not realize it was the DDT Arena. I was initially disappointed, but then grew to love the arena because I like the homey atmosphere, and I kind of grew to love that little box there. So overall, like the vibe. So it was pretty good. So that's pretty much it. As far as the matches, like my favorite matches on the shows, I'd have to say YDNP continues to show why they are the tag team of the year, in my opinion. Every time I see those guys go at it with any team, they just deliver, man. Like that was pretty much the case this entire SummerSlam weekend. By the way, they were the workhorse tag team and they're really trying to, make tag team wrestling matter. And considering that they were a makeshift team that kind of came together at as a happenstance earlier during Mania season, and they've become this much of a well-oiled machine. I think we got something here in YDNP, man. I really do. They're great. They ended up having a really good match with Mao and Rita Yamashita on that show. I think every match YDNP had during the Tokyo run was very, very good. So yeah, they were the standouts for me. And the less I have to see Matt Tremont pop his pus bubble, the better. But I don't think that's ever going to stop anytime soon. He had a brutal Ultraviolet Championship match with Kamashir. I think that's how you pronounce his name. And that was scarring in of its own right. But at least I did not see asshole. So
Well, hey,
that's a
the
plus.
GCW that I called, Matt Tremont was one of the mystery partners, and no pus bubble, no nothing. He was just regular match, so you would have been safe watching that one.
Yeah, I know. It really depends on the arena, and I'm sure I'll have to fucking deal with pus bubble tomorrow night or something. I'm scared. Yay.
He says reluctancy.
Yes, all the reluctancy.
All reluctancy.
And
Hey,
I'm too tired
Journey
to look
makes
at the
up
chat.
for the pus bubble.
I'm too tired to look at the chat. However, all I will say is, no, Matt Tremont is not my favorite professional wrestler. Stop saying it, because he's not. However, I do appreciate the man. He is good at what he does in his craft. And I do not hate the man. A lot of people confuse my hatred for, me wincing. I'm a very, I wince very easily. I don't like when there's joint manipulation, even though it's obviously a part of the gimmick. It's part of wrestling. I wince at that. So you can imagine my culture shock seeing the shit I saw. And it was doubly worse for Nick, who honestly was the star of the whole goddamn week for that Japanese tour. I highly encourage you all to go and watch Nick's reaction, which all culminated into this incredible crescendo of, well, you guys can find me going to hug my wife and tell her I love her. And basically just flabbergasted and looked like he was a scarred puppy dog. It was funny as shit. I highly recommend, for the pure entertainment value, go do it. You should. Nick Ferrante, very good addition to the Simply Reliable Studios, and hopefully I do more calls with him in the future, especially if they're GCW related, because then I have a man who understands my fucking pain.
You share my pain. Feel it. Fair enough. I'm not going to lie. I was looking forward to the YNDP versus Slamovich and Mashita match for the GCW Tag Team Championships on Wednesday. And Mike Ito having the hardest head against, of course, Shotzi Blackheart, who's insane herself. And, of course, Mal. He's become one of my favorite wrestlers since looking at his work during the Best of Super Juniors. Not to mention, of course, DDT Pro is the home that, of course, raised the Alpha, Kunosuke Takeshiko, who's killing it right now in the G1. But it sounds like you had quite a time overall. And there's definitely some unique matches I was looking forward to. I haven't looked at all 3 shows. I've kind of looked at highlights via my source. So, sounds like you did have some fun time. And I've heard great things from you and JJ, particularly about YDMP and why I should really look towards them when it comes to Tag Team of the Year. So I'll definitely keep that in mind, as I'm sure Ash will too. All right.
What you need to do, and I recommend this, Noah, I want you to go and check out this matchup if you haven't already. YDNP and Marcus Mathers versus Megan Bain, Billy Starks, and Miyu Yamashita.
Yeah, I saw that. That was incredible. That's a mixed tag team match of the year right now. Mixed trios of the year, period.
Yeah, for real. No doubt about it.
Yeah, and folks, you're hearing it from us. Go do that. All right. Well, let's see if anyone else has anything to say regarding the GCW Japan campaign. Walter, did you look at any GCW triage of Japanese shows this week or any highlights from them?
No, I didn't get to see any of it. I just saw Nick's reaction and heard some of the call that James did, but I was a bad boy. I didn't get to watch it. I'm still moving in, believe it or not, which is why I'm at my brother's house still. So it's kind of a busy week, but I didn't get to watch the Japanese show. I'm not gonna lie.
All right. Well, I respect that honesty. Ryan, did you look into any of the GCW Japanese shows at all, or try to mess with James and Nick in the chat while they were doing their call?
No, I have not. I had not done that. No, simply just no. I wasn't looking at GCW.
I know for a fact you saw those memes, though.
Oh, I saw the memes. I just had no
those
context for them.
screenshots are. I mean, Ryan's got like fucking weeks worth of material with that alone.
Oh, poor Nick. Sounds like Nick became the freaking victim of this whole thing.
Poor Nick, indeed.
Better him than me.
For once, right?
Yes, yes, very much so.
It's okay, Russell Flush. You'll have more time.
Hey. Hey.
For then, now, and forever, James Hebert will always be WrestleFlush.
That was an accident. Yeah.
Note to self, put in a flushing effect in the freaking sound effects part of the Simple Reliable Studios whenever someone brings that
God
up.
damn it. No.
That's gonna be something.
Something!
It's too late for this. I'm in a food coma mood.
Oh, yeah, we're awake somewhat, folks. All right, well, that being said, we return from this commercial break. We will move on into the next part of all the wrestlings, where, of course, you all saw that we looked into the WID Showcase and the House of Glory High Intensity. So we'll be right back after this. Stay tuned. Okay, and we're back here at the Super Reliable Studios because now I'm an hour in. All right, like seriously, I'm not going to go to the commercial break.
It was an April Fool's joke.
Anyway, let's go ahead and keep moving on here. Again, we covered so much this week. Let's talk about the WWE ID Showcase. Of course, spearheaded by not only James Hebert, but Walter Cruz. Of course, we know we now have WWE ID men's and women's champions as we look towards the future prospects that could be part of the WWE ecosystem, build a superstar. So that being said, Walter, why don't you go ahead and spearhead the thoughts on your outlook towards what y'all covered during the WID Showcase? Go ahead.
I liked it. No, I'm kidding.
We'll be back in a
It's a riveting conversation. Riveting commentary, Walter.
All right,
Yeah, Mr. had a pun every time Jack Cartwheel and Cappuccino Jones hit a move on each other. All right, I don't want to hear just I liked it.
He loved it. He wants some more of it.
Yeah. Kylie Ray was the legit shock. Like, okay, I rooted for her, but was I honestly thinking she was gonna pull it off? No. I love the Pokemon theme. I love everything she did. That was a hell of a match, and I couldn't believe that she actually pulled it off. She was more shocked than I was. If you look at her face after she won, she was like, did I really do that? Am I the champ? And she looked at the ref like, this is mine. Like, it was so awesome. But the Cappuccino and Cartwheel, that was a main event for Agent. That match was so awesome. The fact that they respect each other and still just went on a banger after banger. The moves, I don't know if you saw them, but the moves these two did were absolutely freaking ridiculous. And if for any reason at all, just go back and watch our commentary because I had James off the wall with the freaking puns that I did.
Trying to call a serious wrestling match, all I hear is a fucking coffee pun every 90 seconds. Not even 90 seconds.
Might have been brought to you by Starbucks.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
It was a moment in time, and I wish the moment passed.
Okay then.
But yeah, the main event, favorite part, obviously, and I mean, it's so awesome that we see people from the beginning of the career, and we see people that just have the word star written all over them. But I can't wait to see what the future brings and how they continuously defend this title. Hopefully they get to. I know the rules that they get to defend it on all independent wrestling, so we'll see more of the WWID titles being defended on all independent shows, and I can't wait. Like that was one awesome hell of a night, James. And James, I thank you for being on the commentary for me. With me.
Yeah, I mean, to add, I know you're gonna bring Nick in real quick, especially to talk about the Japanese contingent of shows we did to kick this whole thing off. But yeah, like to Walter's point, the show was fantastic, like top to bottom. It was a very well-paced show. YDNP and Marcus Mathers got the show off again with, they were actually with the ID guys. Swipe Right actually had a really good match with them, but that's not surprising considering the three talents that they were fighting against could wrestle a fucking broomstick. So that was a really good match. Just another string of things for YDNP. I had a really good match with Tony Deppen and Aaron Rourke. I thought that was honestly my match tonight, but I also really liked the main event. And I thought the Triple Threat Women's ID title match was really good. And I thought they picked the right winners for both men's and women's divisions of that of the new startup. Also, Sean Waltman. So yay.
Yeah, I saw the pictures where he presented the title. Well, before we go any further, let's go ahead and welcome the guy that will present to you his order for the night, the commentary cohorts of Suburban Studios that worked with James during the DCW Japan tour. It's Nick, the founder of his Burger King order. Nick, good to see you. Welcome to Shenanigans, my friend. How are you?
What's going on, everybody?
Now, hold on. You look like you're ready to defend a goal from a hockey puck. So, I mean, hey.
It's bright in here.
Yeah.
I've been looking at full moons all week, so I mean, I needed these to protect my eyes.
Oh, I see. It's double protection, the visor and the sunglasses. All right. So right now, we're talking about WID showcase, and Walter and James shared their 2 cents on that. And just to add, I mean, again, we already called a Cappuccino Jones and a Jack Cartwheel match, Reality of Wrestling. I already knew that was probably going to be the banger of the night. And I think Kylie Ray was justified. When I thought of ID in women's independent wrestling, she was the first prospect that got literally branded by that. I'm like, they're going to put the belt on her when the belt was made. So that don't surprise me one bit. Nick, let's focus on WID first, and then you can share your thoughts back on GCW in Japan if you want. Did you look at any of the WID showcase? Coca-Cola in hand, not cappuccino, even though he's in Canada. And Tim Hortons, the ideal drink. I had that actually on
the what? Sorry,
WID showcase.
Did you look at it? It's in my wallet.
Ah, all right. Well,
no, the thing.
I think he's speaking some kind of Elvish to him.
Yeah, it's the WWE ID, like not your ID, Nick. It's
the independent prospect.
Yeah, the
program.
independent peoples.
The independent contractors.
Yeah,
those guys. James.
Stay on target, Nick. Stay on target.
Okay. All serious. No, I didn't see any of it. Oh, my hat. Oh, there it goes. I did not. I did not see any of it. All I know is Kylie Ray won the women's title.
All right, no, we're not spreading that here. No,
I saw Kylie Ray win the women's, and then Americano, Starbucks, cappuccinos with the phone on top. Jones won the men's title, so that's good for them. How many titles does WWE now currently own?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, I think, 19, something like that.
19.
Well, ID, Evolve, NXT, Raw, SmackDown, Speed. So yeah.
Hold on. If I can ask a question, okay? Because I'm confused. What's the hierarchy here? Okay, so the goal is to be the WWE ID champion. Does that get you a spot on Evolve? And if so, doesn't that make your title worth less than the Evolve title? And if you're on Evolve, your goal is to become the Evolve champion, but make it make sense.
The system is fucked. Okay, we know this.
We just made a bunch of belts for the sake of making a bunch of belts. And I'm okay. I'm a belt guy, but
I agree. However, I don't care because at the end of the day, I got a good wrestling show out of it. I like.
You know what, Ryan?
I can tell you good wrestling when I see it, and I was very entertained.
Listen,
Ryan's right though, because the point is to be a WWE ID to then evolve into an NXT superstar.
Guys, listen. But there's salmon, there's bass, there's European bass. It just the food chain goes up the ladder. Nothing you can do, right?
You know, the law of nature, I guess. I don't know. The law of WWE.
I mean, how old is Kylie Ray? Okay, let's be serious. How old is
20.
Kylie Ray?
She's 20.
She's 20.
Bullshit, she's 20.
No fucking way. No way. No way.
And Kobayashi.
Kylie Ray is in no fucking way 20 years old.
I think she's 20, bro.
No way, right? Hold on.
Guys.
She wrestled for AEW 7 years ago.
Oh wait. Hold on. Is this a gimmick? Is this a gimmick?
Yes,
No,
I think Walter just is going out there because Julia Hart won the TBS Championship when she was 20 years old. Walter, botch, do your research. This is why I'm the host and the only professional here, folks.
You can't be a day over 23.
Listen, I'll drop the gloves right now, man.
All right, first off, you all are literally not over, but you're extremely under. Actual age is 32. She's been involved in the business for 9 years.
Oh, wow. All right,
So-
yeah, that ain't too bad. Though.
She's 32. How long do we think she's gonna hold that title?
I mean, when I figured out WWE's ID prospect scouting program, I figured they're going to have a leading talent present this title at independent promotions and then use that as a scouting opportunity on behalf of WWE to add more to their ecosystem. So I figure whoever takes that title from her will likely be put into Evolve to try and become a WWE superstar.
So they're using her.
Exactly.
Well, they're using
Everybody.
Cappuccino Jones too. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, well, it's territories basically, you know, but you got reality of wrestling also in that as well. So you
How does
might see-
LFG play into this? How does LFG play into this?
Bottom of ID prospect.
Listen, regardless of the fact, when will Kylie Ray wrestle somebody from the main roster for that championship?
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. I have no fucking clue. All right, let's go ahead and move on from there.
Nick, you must talk about your experience with GCW.
Let's get that out of the way.
Shit.
Let's get that out of the way. Otherwise, Nick is going to walk off camera. And Nick, briefly, talk about GCW in Japan. And then we're going to go to Walter for the WID showcase. Then Ryan, we're going to continue this crazy train into House of Glory. Go ahead.
I already
Nick.
did the WWE ID showcase.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm losing track of the madness already. Nick, is anything you want to add regarding GCW in Japan? Science seems to speak values.
Balls, and more balls.
And that's nuts.
It's good.
Okay. So there's a lot of balls in my face.
Yeah.
Take that as you will. There was a lot.
You were teabagged by GCW's balls, is what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Thank God there's new YouTube monetary incentives for being adult content's coming.
I felt like
a family show, I think.
Family, my balls. That was an old family shit that I saw this weekend or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Hey, you need the balls to make the family. So hey,
You need the balls to make the family. She's not incorrect in this statement.
In all seriousness, night one, I think me and James could both agree. Night one was YDMP is a good tag team. I think they have a bright future. I swear by 10 minutes into any Dark Chic match, I thought her titties were going to pop out of her shirt. Nature of the beast.
She also wore a cunt on her top.
She wore.
Not even kidding. That's legit. What you wore.
Can I? You
Go
know what?
on.
No,
Go.
I'll let JJ break the news to you about Dark Sheik. Never mind.
Oh, what?
Anyways,
Focus. Continue.
focus.
Nick.
That match was all right. Shotzi losing was okay. I would started Monday off at a 4 out of 10. I did not like the venue on the first night. It was too underground for me. It had that very dark vibe. And the audio the match with one of the matches had no commentary. So there was commentary late in the match, and I'm like, huh. Mather's standout performance though of the three nights was One Call Manders.
Yep. 100.
Him and Atticus Cougar. I was saying it all week or all those 3 days. Atticus Cougar looked like Adam Cole Bebe and Baron Corbin had unsolicited sex.
So he's bald?
No, he had long ass hair.
Yeah. This is like
his
pre-bald
face,
Corbin.
his face looked like Corbin. It was crazy. Anyways, night 2 or day 2 was a little bit better. I thought the matches on there were better until we got to the last 2 matches.
I still think for a GCW show, those last 2 matches were still very good.
That was listen. We've
even though they grossed me out, but yes,
we've seen hypodermic needles. I am desensitized. Seeing the hypodermic needles and the paper bag over Brian's head, I thought I was desensitized. I can't see a dart going in one cheek out the other. That was ass.
Oh, dude,
I was cringing. I was like, oh.
They did that again during GCW during Mind Call. They did it again with the darts through cheeks and through the lady. They did through I forgot her name, but they put it through both cheeks and her chin.
No.
Okay then.
The cheeks were just I was cringing at that. I was like,
no.
But then I mean, we didn't get to the best part. Effie versus Kobayashi.
Oh, Abdullah Kobayashi and his
my
ass,
God.
balls, and bleeding asshole. Yep.
We saw bleeding assholes. We saw balls. Yeah, honey, we saw bleeding assholes. It was just
a statement.
Dude, I have never seen a man that size wrestle that kind of a match and do that kind of madness. Like, I didn't know anybody in their right mind would do the sit down. I don't know what the move is called where you kind of, you're right. And crushed all the light tubes that were in the box. It was a lot the second night, but I gave my score a 6. Yes, Matt Tremont, that was a highlight. Puss ball guy.
Yeah, Puss Bubble.
Puss Bubble was highlight of the weekend of those 3 days. So it got to a 6. I was at a 6 out of 10 by Tuesday night. Wednesday, I couldn't deal with the inconsistencies. The the venue was Karakin Hall not being so filled. It felt off to me, and I don't know why. The lack of commentary, and I think 1 or 2 matches really did, like what was it? Chris Brooks, James? It was Brooks and Parker.
Yeah, Chris Brooks and Drew Parker. It was like a tale of 2 matches because at one instance they actually were having a really good technical and story-driven match.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, this random Muppet dude, like, I don't know his name, but he's a dude with a Muppet, like a literal Muppet that you would see on the Muppets, but like it's his own Muppet. He came out and he ran interference and then brought in
tubs,
bins, and tables, and they did spots through them, and it was weird. It was like having two
sounds like a
matches in
DDT
one.
match to me.
And there was no, and it was
yes.
crazy. Sorry, James, to cut you off, but it was so crazy. There was no commentary in that match. So
Yeah.
we had this guy, we had this random guy come out there passing, setting up a table. We had him bringing out a thing of box tubs, and me and him were like, "Who is this guy?" But because there was no commentary, which pissed the shit out of me, we had no idea who it was. So we were like, all right,
I don't think you could piss shit, but okay.
You can piss shit, trust me. Anyways,
you might want to go see a doctor. Shit,
Kobayashi hopefully went to go see a doctor at the end of that match.
Yeah, you know what? Good segue back.
You're right.
Why you're a part of the team.
Another match that really pissed me off, not until after I realized it, was the Invisible Stan with the other two people, and Yoshi. What was the doll?
Yoshihiko.
I can't do it. I couldn't do it.
The blow up doll, same blow up doll that wrestled Kenny Omega and Kota Ibushi.
Yeah,
however, I think there is a point that Ryan made, and others I think made this. The only reason it sucked is because these guys could not wrestle a broomstick, whereas Kenny Omega and Kota Ibushi can.
But then after seeing what we saw Tuesday night with the dart and the light tubes, anything Matt Tremont and Effie did the third night wasn't really. We saw it all, right? So it's like, what more can we possibly see? Right? So it brought my whole experience at the end of the day was 5 out of 10 after day 3. Would I watch it again by myself? Hell no. Would not put myself through that torture. But I mean, it is what it is. It was an all right show.
Out of all the shows, because you rate them all together, what was the better show overall?
Night 2.
Yeah. And what would you rate that alone? Because that's my curious. Like, if you just had to rate that by itself.
7 out of 10.
Yeah, because that's fair. Because I thought the show, I would rate it an 8 out of 10 personally.
7 out of 10 because there's no commentary in half the matches, and I can't do it. I can't do it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like, if we had Noah on the call, just kicking ass and taking names, calling that shit. Fuck, GCW should hire this guy.
Honestly, you know, at the very least, though, we have matches that we could dub our commentary over.
And I don't know.
So there is that. There is that saving grace.
And maybe Ryan and Walter and Noah can answer this. For me, nothing about that show wanted me to pay for the next GCW show. Maybe it could be because I don't watch indie wrestling that much, but nothing from that made me want to pay for the next GCW show. Is that something that is normal or accustomed to watching independent shows, or is that a GCW thing?
I think it's literally accustomed to your perspective of the business and that presentation of the industry. The thing about independence, no two promotions really are the same. It's different showcases for different talents you normally don't see on the main screen, or some talents that maybe you want to get to that big stage, but kind of are just used to this forum per se. But GCW also is a melting pot of different styles. Again, Walter had Bloodsport. You had GCW Japan. There's GCW death matches. There's casual GCW here. There's backyard wrestling GCW. GCW covers many different foundations of minimalistic professional wrestling, while also hybriding combat sports and martial arts under a certain degree. So GCW is a whole different animal versus ICW, HOG, OTT, just name a few that I've looked at over the past, Rev Pro, Pro Wrestling Eve, etc. So it really
Revolver, yeah.
It really comes down to if you connect with a name that you've seen in other independent promotions or want to follow through the grind on the independents versus just watching GCW itself. Again, with names like Miya Yamashita, Mikey Ito, Shotzi Blackheart, I've heard so much about this tag team YNDP. I'd be compelled to, check out GCW if they're on the card just for their matches alone. Hell, I didn't know who Megan Bayne was before I looked at Megan Bayne versus Lena Cross in House of Glory, and Megan Bayne do work in GCW. Whole different conversation. So with any independence, it's pretty much catch and go, or pretty much grab and go. You connect to a name versus the show, and you follow them wherever they go versus the show itself. And that's
think of it like honestly, it's funny that we have Nick here, but Nick, think of it like fast food. Sometimes it's going to be amazing. Other times,
And that's a fair analysis, James, especially by location. My mom had crap from McDonald's, a different conversation. All right, well, now that we closed the book officially on GCW Japan, Nick, James, great job. Now back to regularly scheduled program. We talked about WID, well, pretty much all of us except for one person, and whether or not he has a pun. Let's see. Ryan, did you look at anything regarding Kylie Ray, Cappuccino Jones winning the WID championships or the entire WID showcase show at all?
No.
That was simple.
There you go.
He wins.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and have him spear the conversation on a show I know that he covered, and that is House of Glory. As we move on to House of Glory, High Intensity. It was James and Ryan on the call, and we'll see if anyone else watched it or have any thoughts regarding what they say about it or any highlights and what they think might come from it. We followed House of Glory for a little bit now. I mean, Indy Hartwell, of course, beat Mia Yamashi to become House of Glory Women's Champion, and she's already gotten wins over the likes of High End from Texas. Zula Fatu has been a badass there. Dominic Dijakovic's been involved there, etc. Ryan, you and James covered House of Glory, High Intensity's most recent show. Why don't you go ahead and give us a rundown of what you saw and what you think of it? Go ahead, Ryan.
This show versus last month's House of Glory show, definitely better on the maintaining the advertised card. Last month's show was riddled with cards subject to change.
I remember.
But all things considered, they opened with a match that we weren't promised, which is always a fun thing, and a House of Glory Cruiserweight title 6-man.
Ooh.
Ladder match as well.
With Darren Richardson, infamous Darren Richardson, successfully defending his title against Angel Waquez, Jay Bougie, JJ Doze, Mighty Monte, and Rich Swann. Rich Swann was a nice surprise for this match. All things
coming
considered.
out to All Night Long, as only Rich Swann knows how to do.
Lionel Richie classic. Continue, Ryan.
This was a great, fast-paced, way to start Eddie's show. Coincidentally enough, at a point in time, we got a DLC match, not a TLC, a DLC. Doors, ladders, chairs. Classic chairs, but chairs nonetheless. And one of the ladders was a painting ladder that definitely could not climb. The House of Glory props department definitely needs some work. I ain't gonna sit here and lie to y'all. All right.
To be fair, though, the match was, even though I agree with you on that, the match was still very good.
The match was fun. The match did its job. It entertained me. It was a great way to start off the night. So all in all, good match. I'd probably give it, on a scale of like 100, I'd give it a B. Right? As far as my personal, system is concerned. One of the matches that I had a lot of investment going into this was the House of Glory Tag Team title match, where the main event, pun intended, evidently, issued an open challenge, and out came -1. Which kind of false, like it gaslit me into thinking that the Dark Order was going to come out and accept this challenge. Nope. The Rhodes brothers accept the challenge. Dustin and Cody's nephews, Wayne and Wyatt, Rhodes made their, I guess, Hog debut. I guess I don't know. I don't
Honestly, for me, it feels like a pro wrestling debut for real. Like I think this is their first show ever.
I think I remember reading not that long ago that they'd graduated out of the Rhodes Academy or whatever Dustin's school is.
Rhodes Wrestling Association.
Yeah. But all things considered, great first outing for these two. They got a great future. I'm not entirely sure if Wyatt Rhodes is a Rhodes, a Wyndham, or a Flair. Like, I'm confused. There's a lot of mixed feelings here. Or Von Erich.
Dude,
like he's a perfect match of all of it.
Bro, he looks like He looks like Dusty Rhodes mixed with Ric Flair, mixed with Barry Windham, mixed with fucking he's all the NWA greats. And that is Wyatt Rhodes.
And Wayne is just ugly Cody.
Okay,
but all things considered,
by the way, hold on.
on.
To Ryan's point, do y'all remember when Cody had that fucked up mustache? Fucking Wayne had that mustache too.
It was dashing.
So much
So instead of dashing Cody, this guy's disaster Cody.
Disaster Cody. Yeah.
Either way, they got a future on them. Great first showing. Main event, great tag team. This is the only second time I've seen them wrestle. Very entertained.
Yes.
Can't wait to see.
Minus Black Jay Lyons doing a Circus Olay gimmick, which is fucking great.
If these two do not take this any higher than where they're at right now, someone is going to take this gimmick and they're going to do it at a far higher position. And I'm not entirely certain if it's going to work, all things considered, but it just is what it is. Either way, another B. Enjoyed the match, all things considered. The next match on the card, House of Glory Heavyweight Championship, Charles Mason, Carlito. Carlito came out to the WWE presentation, spit in the face, people who don't want to be cool.
I was so hyped. Yeah. The best theme song for Carlito came back. Do you know what cool is? You're local, man.
I don't have a lot to say here because honestly, it just looks like Carlito just came in, phoned a lot of this shit in because he can work a great match. This is probably the match, as far as the three matches I wanted to see out of this night, which were, the main event with Bully Ray and Zilla, Ricochet and Amazing Red, and this match actually brought me down a bit. I ain't gonna front. So this is a C, but not a horrible match. Not everything can be the greatest, right? It is what it is. Mason successfully defends the championship by hook or by crook, all things considered. Moving on to the next one, Ricochet and the Amazing Red. Now this is a match that you just have to fight from the under, fight from below. Amazing Red has so many matches behind him, so many more matches behind him that are in front of him. So when you take into consideration Ricochet, who is probably just in the middle of that, right? Just as many behind him as they are in front of him. There's a lot more gas in Ricochet's tank, right? Oh yeah, sorry, I digress. I skipped past some important pieces here. The Crew from All Elite Wrestling pulled up and attacked the tag team champions.
Main event, yep.
In post-match beatdown. So, some more partnerships working up for Hog and AEW.
Yep.
And that's that one. I'm not conflating the two. I'm not going to bury the surprise here or reveal it too early. But Ricochet and Amazing Red fight in a very 70-30 Ricochet's favor primarily. Amazing Red makes the Heroes come back, just to get screwed over.
Dude hit a couple Dragon Ranas, by the way, and they were fucking sick.
Not surprised by the 27-year veteran.
So, I think this might be where some additional interference that came in. Infamous Darren Richardson costs Amazing Red this match, and it looks like they got unfinished business that's still going to be concluded in another date. And who interfered here?
Private Party came.
Private Party came and saved Amazing Red.
So that's where they went. They went back home.
So they are not injured. They're just doing other things right now. So all things considered is what it is. We go to an intermission at this point, and when we come back from intermission, the Matt Travis Memorial Battle Royal. I had no idea who Matt Travis was. James had to smarten me up on this. So because I don't really pay attention to Hog or a lot of the indie goings. So many wrestlers come, so many wrestlers tragically go.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to keep up with everyone. But this is the second annual Matt Travis Memorial Battle Royal, and it ended with surprise entrant Amazing Red, getting his shot at any championship of his choice. Now, we thought he was going to challenge Infamous with all the lore that was already here, established. No, he calls his shot, and he calls out in October Leon Slater for the X Division title.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was huge. That was fucking huge.
So I now have reason to watch this going forward, because I'm impressed with a lot of what I see out of Leon Slater. I disagree with AJ. I don't think he's as phenomenal as AJ gassed him up to be, but the kid's young. The kid's good. By this standard, you can be. He's here and he's here. I'm not saying he's down here. I'm just saying there's levels, right?
Yes.
Leon's young. He's very young. Youngest TNA champion ever. So Amazing Red's going to challenge him. And I guess that is over a record being broken. Leon inadvertently.
Yeah, Leon broke
Amazing
the
Red's
Amazing Red's record. Yeah. Amazing Red won the X Division Championship when he first was in TNA at 20 years old. Leon Slater beats him by a year. So there you go.
All things considered, hype. Looking forward to that match. Next match on the card, Indy Hartwell defending her women's title against Priscilla Kelly. This is a great stepping up from both women, because their last couple matches between both of them have been subpar. This actually was a good match. For them, I would give it a B. I haven't given every match on here a rating, but honestly, it just is what it is. Brain fried. Had a long day.
That's fair.
Very much enjoyed the two. Can't wait to see the final version of what Indy is going to be as she rediscovers who she is, right? And as Priscilla Kelly discovers who she is, it's a great journey for both of them. But at the end of this match, we had some, some follow-up, because last month, Shotzi Blackheart attacked Indy post her match. This match, it happened again. We are building the Shotzi versus Indy at some point here. And former stablemate Priscilla Kelly catches a stray from the Indy goddess, Indy god, Indy insert nomenclature here. So here's what it is. The next match is the main event. And this match honestly, had me heated. I ain't gonna front.
Oh yeah.
Bully Ray, Zilla Fatu. Okay, this is one of the matches that I was interested in seeing, right? And you talk about overbooked bullshit. Someone dug deep. Someone dug deep in their Dusty Rhodes bag of really bad ideas. Dusty had some really good ideas. Dusty also had some really bad ideas. All right. They dug deep. Okay. Bully comes out, cuts this promo on the crowd, tells everybody he doesn't need this shitty
Walks out to
promotion.
Eye of the Tiger.
Walks out to Eye of the Tiger, paying homage to Hulk Hogan. Because some people might not realize that Eye of the Tiger is Hulk Hogan's original entrance music.
Is it really?
WWE.
Yep.
He walked out to WrestleMania 1, the Eye of the Tiger.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Correct.
Like the original footage, gone. Basically, the original audio for the original footage that WWE uses, basically gone.
Yeah.
And by the way, the only reason he stopped using it, eventually WWF was becoming really big. And, Survivor like, hey, how about a little piece? Just a little piece. And Vince, because Vince hates paying licensing rights, said, fuck him. Real American. Anyways, point is, Bully comes up, cuts a promo on the crowd. I don't need this. I don't need this crowd. I don't need this bullshit. I don't need to be here today. Despite accepting the booking and showing up anyways, it seems like you've entered a contractual agreement, Bully. Keeps calling it the Crown Jewel title the World Championship, despite the fact that there's an actual title that is the Heavyweight Championship.
Right.
And just is what it is.
I do want to also point out that there was one fan that held a sign that said "Old Man Yells on Pod" sign, and that was no more apropos as this fucking lunatic.
It was a beautiful,
got the name of the fucking of the secondary Hog Championship wrong.
Damn.
So, I digress. Point. I'm getting a little long in the tooth here. Bully challenges Zilla. They already have a match agreed upon, but Bully's not going to do it unless it's a tables match.
Of course.
And he calls out his father. Basically says, "I can beat you. I've already beaten your father in Madison Square Garden." Now I'm sitting here and thinking, does Jamal really count? like he beat Jamal. He beat Jamal, not Umaga. He beat Jamal. Anyways, not the point. Zilla attacks Bully, bell rings. The referee somehow gets involved, showing blatant favoritism in support of Bully Ray. Does the what's up, gets the tables, and suddenly, out of nowhere, Ricochet appears. A wild Ricochet appears, attacking Zilla Fatu after he's put Bully through the table while the referee's knocked unconscious. Attacks Zilla, lays him out, and moves Bully's fat ass off the table. Drags Zilla's fat ass onto the table. Wakes up the referee. The referee sees this, calls for the bell.
But it's a table.
Your winner, and new House of Glory World Crown Jewel Champion, Bully Ray.
Because of Ricochet.
Well,
he's just going to bury Ricochet Thursday morning on his radio show. Anyways, so what kind of agreement this is, I don't know. Let's see where it goes, I guess. It really soured my taste of wanting to ever watch a House of Glory show again.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
We also have to point out as well, like, not only did all this happen, right? Okay? This was nonsense. I agree with Ryan. I tried to fucking set it up, but at the end of the day, the timekeeper should have just rang the bell when Zilla put him through. For some reason,
There are wrestling matches.
This was a dusty finish that was bad.
There are wrestling matches that exist. Okay, that does not require the referee to call for the bell to be rung.
2 of
Doesn't
those
happen
being
in the
ladder
ladder
matches and table matches. So
okay,
yeah,
it's basically you get to the you complete the objective. And the referee doesn't necessarily have to call for the objective.
The highlight of the match, by the way, hold on. You're missing this huge keynote here. The referee gets involved in the action at one point because he had goggles the whole time, and the only reason he legit had the goggles on was at some point after being scared off by Zilla, then Bully assaults him. By the way, he's the heel, but then the referee starts marking out. Bully tells him, "What's up?" And then he does, "What's up?" And then he does the headbutt to the balls. He does the Dudley thing.
Feels like there's been a lot of balls this week.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so the entirety of the undercard, and I'm going to finish it, and I'm going to let James go.
Yeah.
The entirety of the undercard, gourmet fucking ice cream, man. Beautiful, tastes amazing, right? You're just building up to it. Then the main event, some guy comes over, pulls his fucking pants down, and he takes a shit on your ice cream. All right, it ruined my night for me. Okay, go on, James.
Sure, Walter, you were saying something earlier.
Yeah, about to say we heard Ryan basically break down the entire card. Why don't we get Walter's thoughts? Then we'll go to you to add to it. Then we'll go to Nick
I was
close
just
it.
telling James to let Ryan finish because he kept like jumping in, but because he's Avatar man, he can't see that Ryan was still going. So
yeah, my
but
bad.
No, I didn't watch the Hawk. I just listened to their commentary. So, but I heard that, and it makes no sense. Yes, you can ring the bell when somebody goes through a table. The referee doesn't have to see it. Some rules don't need to be changed.
Yeah. Again, I listen. Ryan pointed that out. You just pointed it out also, Walter. He talks about Madison Square Garden, how he beat them all. You know how you beat them all? The referee was out. Guess who rang the bell? The fucking timekeeper. Hey, that was 2002. You know what happened in 2000? Same fucking thing with you versus the Hardys. Like, Bully, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, it's just crazy to me that, like, Bully Ray has won a championship in wrestling in 2025. And at the hands of this weird-ass conundrum of Ricochet from All Elite Wrestling, which Bully Ray has crapped on for months on Busted Open Radio. And not to mention, right, Ricochet just got a whole other thing going on with infamous Darren Richardson, who's having a feud with the Amazing Red. So it looks like, to me, this faction that's developing is Charles Mason, infamous Darren Richardson, Ricochet, and Bully Ray. What the fuck is this hodgepodge faction that we are building, right? I'm going to let it play out, like Ryan said. But, man, that doesn't fucking... I'm telling you, the finish was fucked up. As Ryan said, the undercard was great. Joy main event, as always. Second best tag team in the industry right now. Only behind YDNP. Love what the main event do. Loved seeing the Rhodes brothers. That was my highlight of the show, personally. And then Ricochet and fucking Amazing Red slapped. And their little building on Infamous versus Amazing Red. Really like that. I think that's cool. And yeah, a private party came back. The crew came in, ran interference. The Rhodes brothers debuted. That tag team division already with those 4 teams, looking like a beefy fucking division. Very beefy division. Very, very beefy. So yeah, overall, really liked the undercard. Really liked everything up until the main event and the nonsense that was that main event.
All right,
So.
fair enough. Well, it sounds like you and Ryan had quite a night full of high intensity at House of Glory, indeed. Nick,
Until the end, where it wasn't very high in the intensity department at all. In fact, the thermometer went way down. But yes,
I feel like I was being ribbed.
Yeah, me too.
Well, it's not the first time that's happened this weekend, I'm sure. Nick, anything further you want to add regarding what you heard with House of Glory, the AEW Inception, the TNA Challenge shout out, or any of their commentary? Did you look at all at House of Glory High Intensity?
I didn't, but I will ask some questions or make some comments. I do want to bring out Mr. Saffet's comment about AEW talents taking the House of Glory title soon, and his comment of it's an acquisition. Guys, I hate to break it to you, people watching this live. AEW ain't a bitch to anybody, unlike TNA. So that will not happen.
No, it is very different things.
Yeah.
Master P, I think people forget Master P has actually had multi-platinum hits. The dude has stupid fuck you money. He can keep that going himself for as long as he wants the way he's running it right now.
But it's not even that.
Tony does not need to buy it. It's not even comparable.
Yeah. No,
it's not even comparable.
No.
One's run by a fucking multi-platinum artist. The other one's run by a fucking conglomerate called Anthem, which didn't give a fuck about TNA then, doesn't give a fuck about TNA now. They
doesn't give a fuck about TNA forever.
No,
Yes.
but what I'm saying is, you're not gonna have Tony go out there and announce that he's buying Hog or that he's buying CMLL. The only place I think he would buy though is New Japan. I think just because he wouldn't want New Japan to go to WWE, but that's besides the point. AEW actually uses its partnerships. They don't go and try to outright buy them.
Yeah.
So anybody thinking that, AEW talents are going to come and take their titles, or, MJF winning the CMLL Light Heavyweight Championship is a precursor to AEW buying New Japan. Whatever crack you're smoking, I'd love it.
All right. Well, anyway, back to your thoughts on the actual show itself.
So, how was? I assume that a certain person from New York was not on that show calling it, correct?
No.
Is he effectively done with them, or?
Yeah,
JD from Unemployment Line. That is what it is now.
Yeah,
okay.
I think at this point, let's put this question to bed firmly and into the fucking ground, because the less I have to mention that fucking slime ball, personally, for me anyway, the better. I'm good.
But he's pretty much done with them.
Yeah, he's done. Like, at this point, we don't need to keep asking the question. I will say this, though, and I'd be aforementioned because I completely forgot to mention this in my portion of this. Ryan mentioned it earlier briefly. The production on this show was leaps and fucking bounds their best production I've seen. Audio was crisp. The commentary audio was super overmodulated, but at least you could hear them. So I'd rather it be super loud than not loud enough. Lighting was great. Venue was great. The arena looked packed. And the show had a very nice pace to it. And the intermission actually, I think, went on time.
So now, how did the commentary come through the screen? Did you guys like it? Could they have done better with it? How did you guys find them calling the action on TV with what you were seeing?
Okay. They're better than John Doe from NY, but not by much. The new commentators, Master P, Dr. P. Hildebrand or whatever the fuck his name is, and some female, and I don't know her name. Ryan might have that name in front of him.
So not even Solomon.
Solemn Monster was there, yes. For some
Okay.
reason, not the head commentator. Somebody else's.
I think
The
he's called
commentary
James
team.
Wine.
Yeah.
The commentary team for House of Glory High Intensity was Jason Solomon, Johnny Torres, and Sam Latema.
Okay,
Latema?
Sam Latena. I recognize
Okay,
that.
okay.
She's from MLW, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's all over like Veda Scott to a degree.
No.
She was also involved in the one-time in Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling. I didn't continue.
She was not good. I'm going to be honest with you guys. She was not good.
Okay.
Anyway.
But the comments, regardless of the commentary, you kind of got that emotion from them, or?
Yes. Yeah, I'll give them that. Yeah.
If you're asking my opinion to review a wrestling product, right? My job was commentary myself. I don't give a fuck what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
It's
myself.
doing the watch along.
Yeah.
But all things considered, right? The commentary wasn't necessarily bad. It's the audio, quite frankly. There's too much noise drowning out what they're actually trying to say into their own shit. Same thing for the guy doing ring announcing. Same thing. Like it is an indie production. Things can be done better. But
it was done
within
better
reason.
here tonight, by the way. It's their best production despite everything Ryan said. But yes, things could be improved upon here.
All right. Well, I think
but he's right. He's right.
All right. So we got enough about the presentation, the business outlook. Do you have anything to say regarding the matches?
No, I mean, from what you guys are saying, it sounded like a good card on paper. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, and James kind of explained this to me when we were doing ours. I kind of wish that independent promotions would have their own unique kind of exclusive talent. I get why they don't. I you know what I mean? Like, I kind of wish that was the case. Walter, yeah.
Yeah, Walter, you got something to say regarding that?
No. In general, after hearing that Amazing Red is going to challenge Leon Slater, I'm just going to put this out there. I hope they actually keep this as a gimmick where Slater has to take on the old school people who made the X Division what it was, and has to continue to prove himself as to why he's the youngest. Bring back AJ Styles, make him have to be AJ Styles. Bring back damn, Christopher Daniels retired and is part of AEW. But bring back the old school people that made X Division what it was, and Slater has to beat them before he starts bringing on the current roster. I think it'll be a wonderful gimmick if they could somehow do that.
Yep. I agree.
Fair enough. Well, well done, Ryan and James, and thank you for that input, Nick. I will say this. Bully Ray out of Hell's Kitchen, New York. I mean, he's supposed to face the Hard one last time with Devon Dudley. As far as Silipatu losing, people keep speculating whether Silipatu is going to go to WWE and join Timu Bloodline 4.0 or do something else. The jury is out. As far as the Women's Championship, very happy for Indy Hartwell. I've been following her run with the title, and it's good to see Priscilla Kelly back to getting where she's more comfortable and just having fun and being herself. She talked more about that on Saraya's podcast, Rule Breaker. So hearing that story and seeing how her and Saraya are just doing their own thing, having fun, it's good to hear that actually and see that. Amazing Red, though, an OG, not only of the X Division, but also the Super J Cup. If y'all remember his match with Will Ospreay, that's going to be very special to look at Bound for Glory, where Leon Slater, so much promise right now is in him to lead and elevate the X Division, whether he goes against those that paved the way or he creates a new way for others, is highly applicable right now. So I'm looking forward to all that. overall, I've been looking at House of Glory here and there. Like when I saw Mike Santana, of course, his run with the House of Glory Championship and his match with the likes of Tomohiro Ishii. What a passionate promo by Mike Santana on TNA, by the way. Get that man the fucking title. Overall, it sounds like this. Right. Overall, it sounds like this high intensity, which is kind of the bar set for the name for House of Glory shows. It sounds like it surpassed both y'all's expectations from the last one. So overall, good stuff. All right. Well, we've had a lot of great conversation. And believe it or not, folks, I believe that was just literally the first bit of shows we covered here.
That was only Friday. Yes.
Exactly. As we cover all the wrestling. So we are going to take an actual first commercial break. When we return, we're going to kick you up with more GCW as we talk about Hit 'em Up and Bloodsport after this. In the meantime, check out what's coming up next here at the Civil Island Studios. Watch along schedule.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as always, here at Survivor Studios, we truly encompass, embrace, celebrate, engage, criticize, react, and cover all the wrestling. All right. Well, before we get into the continued conversation, welcome back to Shenanigans. I'm, of course, the host right now of this madhouse. I'm Noah Foster with Walter Cruz, Ryan, Nick, and James. But that's not all, because as always, she's yours, she's mine, she's our Canadian friend. With her Pokeball cup in hand.
Hello.
Hi, best friend. Good to see you once again. How are you, Ash?
I'm doing well. My dad bought me this.
That's cute. Well, now all you need is a Pokedex and a bunch of badges. Anyway, welcome back to the Shenanigans. Of course, we're covering all the wrestling that we've covered here so far. We're still in the GCW territory, and now Walter will lead a discussion on GCW. Hit 'em up. So, Walter, you and I believe JJ covered GCW Hit Them Up before, of course, you covered Bloodsport today. What was GCW's Hit 'em Up show like? Go ahead and run that down and talk about your moments and matches, and then we'll pass it around.
To put it lightly, fucking awesome. GCW put on quite a show. All right, so they started off with the Jack Cartwheel, Cappuccino Jones, Gringo Loco tag team against Teriyaki, who I had no idea who that was because it wasn't advertised for Teriyaki to be there, with YDMB and Jordan Oliver and Alex Price. The match was on go, dude. I think YDMB wrestled like 6 times, 7 times in the last few days. Like, these two are what tag team should be, and they need to get signed pronto by one of the big companies. So they actually don't sign them. Let them keep doing this indie shit because I'm loving it. But yeah, Gringo Loco Yaki opened it up. The crowd was just split. Like, they were screaming for both teams. Like, it was fucking awesome to see that. And then so Teriyaki Jordan, Oliver and Alec Price, they got Jack Cartwheel. Freaking Jack Cartwheel, poor guy, he keeps eating the pins. He lost to Cappuccino Jones in the WWE ID program, and he was the one looking up at the lights at this. And then after, freaking the Koger brothers and Christian Napier ran into the ring and attacked everyone, which brought out Matt and Jeff Hardy. Me and JJ knew that the Hardys weren't there just to talk. It brought them out. They cleared it. The crowd booed, and then Jeff got on the mic, says we're always changing the pace of pro wrestling, blah blah blah, and they talked about everything with TNA, but they thanked the pro wrestling fans for what they do. They said companies like GCW need to exist because if it wasn't for companies like GCW, you wouldn't get everything else you said. So they were just there to like promote GCW and indie wrestling and put over. Then we got the what was next? The Masha Slamovich. Sorry, I smoked a lot of weed in my life. My memory isn't the best. But Masha Slamovich and Gary J for the JCW World Title. That was a banger. Masha defeated Gary. It was about a 10-minute match, but that was good. Then we showed that little video package of Matt Cardona. And he actually took the little tank and ran over Shotzi's arm, which is how she broke her arm. I think she has a real injury, so they shot that angle to make it look like it was because of Cardona. But that was the funniest shit. Like the way they did it is just you just see like a scary movie, like just a chair floating around. It was like in first person view, and then Shotzi just gets smacked from behind and gets her ass kicked. And then Matt Cardona's in front of her. It was like shot. It looked like out front of his house or something. And then he took the little tank. His big ass was in this little tank driving it at like 1 mile an hour. It looked like a bootleg 6-year-old school project for like you got to make a movie for like a film class or something. That's what it looked like. But it entertained the hell out of me. And then yeah, so Cardona ran over Shotzi's arm. So then Matt Cardona came out, Mark Sterling and Tommy Invincible. Shotzi came out, and she brought out the virtuosa Deonna Purrazzo as her partner, and Matt Tremont. This is what I was saying. You were safe because he didn't bleed or anything, but James. But that was her partners. And of course, she told Cardona that this is somebody from your past. She dog sitted from you and sitted. What the hell? I can't speak English. Dog sitted for Cardona. It comes back from his past. So it was a good match, but I really, really thought I wanted them to win so bad with the Virtuosa and Shotzi and everybody, but we're gonna hear it for weeks upon months upon week. Cardona rolled them up and Cardona won. So he got his pin back. So now he beat Shotzi's team. So now we're never gonna hear the end of it.
Oh Lord.
And then now here was a banger. You want to talk about two big man slapping man meat? What the hell was next? Steve Macklin versus the one called Manders. Just imagine these two, James. You know one called Manders. You know how Steve Macklin is. These two were chopping the living shit out of each other. Like, dude, the chest looked like the inside of an undercooked steak. Like that's how red both of these people's chests were. Like that.
Yeah,
Remember
I can
Aaron?
imagine. I can imagine.
Remember Aaron ordered that steak and got all pissed at the way it showed and showed us the pictures on it. And that's what their chests look like.
Oh no.
Yeah, but one called Manders actually beat Steve Macklin, and then Steve Macklin grabbed the mic. It was such a beautiful promo. I mean, F bombs, F everything. He was just talking about how much he loves professional wrestling, and this is how professional wrestling should be. But man, Steve Macklin showed a whole nother side of himself, and I freaking loved it. Then you had the intergender match. This is who I got confused with. This is why Billy Starks is the 20-year-old. That's who I was thinking of. That I was confusing it. She's the 20-year-old, but Atticus Cogar and Billy Starks had an intergender match, which was a good fight. But you can see her inexperience and her youth, and you can see how Cogar really knows how to. I don't know what it is, but he really knows how to coach women through their matches. When he's like the intergender master, and you can see how much he gives to them, and tries to make stars out of these women. And you could just see what he did, and then she ended up beating him, dude. Billy Starks beat Atticus Cogar. Like, I couldn't believe it. James, like, you got to see it. I'm sure you agree with it. He's like the king of like intergender matches. I don't know what it is. If he just really knows how to talk them through. You can see her inexperience and her nerves, but he got her through that match. He's one of the ones that can wrestle with brooms, so maybe can make that
Yeah,
style
like
look better, James.
Atticus has really impressed me, even though he's a sick fucker. I'll tell you that right now.
I'll take your word for it.
hmm Then the Drew Parker match was next with Emerson Jane against the reject John Wayne Murdoch and Reed Bentley, which I mean it was okay. It was a good match, but then fucking Effie and Crowbar. Yes, Crowbar, like the WCW Crowbar from back in the day. I don't know if you did that though. This dude put on a banger like he was 25 years old, and I think he's close to 50 right now, if not over 50. And Effie and him just went at it. I couldn't believe there was parts where I really thought they might do that. I was like, hell no, I know they're not about to have Effie come out. But the thing that happened after Effie defeated Crowbar, this should have been the main event, in my opinion, because of what they did after. They had a JCW versus GCW brawl, like literally the entire locker room emptied, like
Listen,
for like 30 minutes.
Let me clarify. Hold on, let me clarify just for everybody here. Not Jersey Championship Wrestling, which is the championship that Masha defended. This is
Juggalo, yeah.
Juggalo Championship Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Were there a
Because
lot of
old ass
Gillettes?
Madman Pondo came in.
Oh, dude, this fucking guy. Who was asking the question?
I said, were there a lot of Gillettes there too?
There was a lot of Juggalos and Juggalettes, I'm sure.
God.
Yes.
What's her name that I can't stand? Like, please don't.
Oh, not Mickey Knuckles. Not Mickey
Yes,
Knuckles.
Mickey Knuckles was involved, but thank God it wasn't too.
Hey, Nick,
bad.
you thought Abdullah Kabushir was bad? Oh boy, you have not seen Mickey Knuckles, bro. Oh man.
My God, you don't want to see that, bro. You really
It was a sight for sore eyes, and I do mean very sore eyes.
Yeah, I wanted to take those skewers that they use in JCW and rip my eyes out. Like seriously.
Okay then.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way they ended it, it seemed like that should have been the main event. And then they like went into an intermission, and then the main event was Bear Bronson. Okay, so I kind of knew it. I called it. I was like, I knew that there was travel issues because they kind of changed the match, and it was supposed to be Slade against Dr. Danger, or Dr. Redacted. And I said, watch them. I told JJ, but he walked away when I said, watch them combine it and turn it into a tag match. And goddamn it, son of a bitch, they did it. They put Bear Bronson and Slade against Dr. Redacted and Mr. Danger. So he turned into Dr. Danger for that match. They both were in doctor outfits. And they fought their ass off. But the amount of light tubes and shit that got smashed, it was a freaking tag team death match. The amount of shit that I saw, Bear was literally ran into Dr. Depp and like Dr. Danger and just smashed the light tube bare chested like this. I was like, what the fuck? And then there was like glass all over the ring, and they just kept slamming each other on this glass. Like, this is what GCW is. This is some of the best like workers and intergender matches there. I love this freaking show, and it got me hyped for Bloodsport, and then it got me hyped for SummerSlam. But yeah, that was it. But it ended with like this weird. Dr. Ginger hit like a 450 splash onto the light tube on the light tubes, and then Bronson then turned. I'm trying to think. He tossed Danger through a door that was set up in the corner, and then Bronson and Slade worked together, slammed Redacted through the glass plane bridge. There was like a bridge with the glass between the chairs. You know the bridge that they do, James. And then they slammed him through the glass, and that's what got the 3. Yeah, no, glass panel bridge. The plexiglass that they put out there, the glass that they put out there, they made a bridge out of that.
Was it real glass? Did we cry a river?
Okay, bad callback.
Yeah, but that's how it ended. But it wasn't too bad until that tag death match. Then it was like cringe city. Then the fucking amount of violence that Slade, and then Slade had the nerve to fight a fucking Bloodsport less than like 12 hours later, dude. The amount of scars that Slade has on his back is ridiculous. Like, it looked like somebody took that little bed of razors that you hate, James, and just went to town on his back, dude.
Bro, this Slade fucking dude. Slade and Bear Bronson are now going to be a team now eventually, apparently, because these two had a death match against each other, and then they hugged, and now they're tag team death match guys. Oh no. Help us, Lord Almighty. I do believe that what's being set up too, by the way, because I remember this, the next match for the Ultraviolet Championship is going to be Matt Tremont versus Bear Bronson, and I'm scared.
Fair enough. Walter, is that it for that particular card? All right, so that was GCW hit 'em up.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was the whole card. Yeah.
Good Lord, you were hit up with everything, and then the kitchen sink, and then some. Damn. All right. Well, James, you were adding a couple of cents in there. Is there anything further you want to add? Did you check out the show or JJ Walters' coverage of that at all?
I saw clips of it. I saw the skewers on Billy, and I saw the deathmatch stuff that was going on. Unfortunately, I have not seen everything else, but yeah, I want to. So I'm gonna probably check out the Hit 'em Up show and the Bloodsport show when I get a chance. So I will be listening intently.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that Kroger. You know, he's the skewer guy. For those who don't know,
Yep.
stuffed Billy in the head with that. She climbed the turnbuckle, pulled her own skewers, dude, blood and all, just pulled that shit out of her head, and then did this crazy ass splash on Atticus, and still landed on the goddamn skewers. Like instead of being nasty and like grossed out, it made her look badass. Like I don't know how they pulled it off, but it made her look badass.
Yeah, Billy Starks is legit one of the craziest young, bright, potential, rising wrestlers of this business. 6 years in the business, by the way. At 20 years of age, he's already wrestled across the world in over 30 plus different states, might I add, with over 8 different championships in her career. Yeah, Billy Starks is someone to watch out for, but she is nothing futz. So skewers for me, that might be the tipping point of, oh Lord. But hell, I watch others Roberts, Jun Kasai, and thank you for coming into my life. And again, light tubes, glass, typical run of the mill. So sounds like
I guess Kroger's favorite at barbecue is the freaking shish kebab because he loves fucking skewers.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I thank you for reminding me, Noah, because I forgot to mention this, and I'm shocked I completely forgot about it because it was actually a really good match. Kurgan Hall, it's not lost on me. One called Manders during the Japan tour for GCW fought Jun Akiyama. Jun Akiyama. That was nuts, and congrats to him, man. He was genuinely emotional for that. So props to that.
I mean, Konosuke Takeshita was trained by Jun Akiyama, the man that literally wrote the discipline on what we call the freaking Blue Thunder Bomb, and of course the German suplex. So there you go. All right. Well, that being said, hello, Ash. You haven't spoken anything. I don't know how much of our coverage is that you've seen in all these shows and stuff like that, or familiar with these type of environments and wrestlers. You heard basically what Walter was talking about with GCW, hit 'em up, and you and I, we're freaks for death matches. We watch wrestling. We watch Freedoms, which of course, that's some of the damnedest death match you will see. And of course, Bob Sasaki, he's still glad 25 years later to rep in a death match ring. There you go. So, anything you want to add based on what you heard from Walter and James regarding GCW? Hit 'em up.
God damn it! I might have to add another Baltimore juggling act. God damn it!
Raise up the simple man, Ash.
Well,
raise up the simple man.
Right now, I'm juggling AEW, New Japan, and WWE, and here I am trying to add TNA possibly, and now GCW.
I told you, there's been a lot of ball talk this week.
Right?
Nick, it sounds like I'm running
too many balls.
I love
What did you say, Noah? Sorry?
Sounds like I have any gag going on this week. Anyway, Ash, continue.
I love me some death matches, but I don't know about you guys, but for me, what really does, like, I'm fine with needles, chairs, a bunch of other shit, but the moment you fucking pull out the cinder block or a brick, I'm like, okay, y'all need to fucking chill.
Okay,
That's
so watch out for Swerve Strickland is all I gotta say about that.
Oh, but I've seen it. I'm like, dude, like, okay, relax with the brick. Like, yeah, it's like I was watching over at my friend's house, and I forgot which full year it was, but yeah, it was a Swerve in Hangman, and the moment blood got involved, I'm like, We are good now. I'm in.
Well, there you go. Speaking of in, I'm going to pause you for a moment as I finally bring in the man that called GCW, hit them up with Walter so he can get his 2 cents, American, in. Of course, talking about the Renegade Wrestling from parts unknown, JJ Williams. JJ, welcome to the chat. Good to finally have you aboard on the Shenanigans once again, my friend. As Ash was giving her 2 cents towards her love for death matches, Walter gave the rundown for GCW hit him up. So first off, good to have you here. How are you? And please give your thoughts towards GCW hit him up. We'll continue the conversation.
Well, good to be here. Thank you for the warm reception. You guys can all hear me okay, I take it?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
GCW hit him up is everything that I think Nick wishes he had seen on the Japan shows.
Really?
Because Hit 'em Up was a better representation of a typical GCW show, whereas the Japan shows, they were more of like a super show. You know, there was very little storyline, very little going on in any of those things.
Did you say super porn or super show?
Super show.
Oh, okay.
Get your head out of the gutter, Nick. You're a married man. Continue, JJ.
Well, I mean, after seeing it,
balls. What do you want me to do?
I was gonna say after seeing Abdullah Kobayashi's big ol' ass, I'm sure he's been scarred for life.
You ever seen Ace Ventura: Pet Detective when Jim
Yes.
Carrey finds out that Einhorn is Finkel and Finkel is Einhorn?
I was this close to getting a Ray Finkel Dolphins jersey.
Those laces were in.
Right?
Oh,
But in any event,
they were in there. They were in there real tight, JJ, that night. Trust me.
I know. I saw. The only night I haven't seen yet is night 3.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled programming. JJ, continue.
But yeah, like I wish he could have seen Hit 'em Up because that's more along the lines of what GCW is traditionally. Some banner 6-man tag team action, intergender, high flying. Yes, there was the death match main event. Matt Tremont was on the card and he didn't bleed. He was a mystery partner for Shotzi Blackheart.
Yay.
So he didn't bleed. Senor Pus Bubble did not have his pus bubble get broken. But it was a phenomenal show.
Matt Tremont needs Jesus.
Matt Tremont needs a fucking doctor.
That too.
A lot of people in GCW, I think, need Jesus, but that is neither here nor there.
I'm about to say that's a whole different conversation for a whole different congregation. Okay, well, thank you for that, JJ. I'm really glad to hear that. I don't know where we go from here regarding Hit 'em Up, as again, Ash is right now trying to juggle acts. Walter, of course, ran down. Nick, anything further you want to add regarding the show from what you heard from JJ and Walter? Oh, wait a minute. Yes, JJ, I see your contact.
I was trying to go to the match card real quick, but I highly recommend, and especially for you, Noah, go back and watch the one called Manders versus Steve Macklin.
Yeah.
What did I say? What did I tell ya? Was I exaggerating?
No, I heard you.
And watch Atticus Cogar versus Billy Starks.
Those were the two that had my eye, because I've seen Atticus Cougar, of course, with the likes of, like I said earlier, Mia Yamashita, Macha Slamovich. To what Walter said, he very well might be the leading individual right now that knows how to handle intergender wrestling the best right now in the business.
You literally just mentioned the two I said, JJ, that they really got to check out. I told you we think alike.
We do. And then I messaged James earlier today and told him he needs to go and check out the Masha Slamovich versus Gary J match. Because Gary J is going to be on the Jersey Championship Wrestling show that Walter and James are going to do tomorrow morning.
Keep plugging.
And I know that he's never seen him in action before. So it'll give him a little bit of a taste of what to expect from Gary J.
Do your research, bro. All right. Fair enough.
But yeah, solid show all
I will
around.
try.
Really quickly, if I may rewind just a smidge, because I know you guys have already talked about the ID showcase, and I did watch it on a stream. Hint, hint, wink, wink.
Right.
Shout out again to Kylie Ray and Cappuccino Jones for winning their respective championships. And that 6-man tag with YDNP and Marcus Mathers versus the Vanity Project. Chef's kiss.
You've been holding up YDNP as your tag team of the year for a particular reason. There you go.
And me and Walter have both said that Swipe Right are one of the main reasons to watch Evolve. So seeing them go toe to toe against each other was solid. You know, YDNP Marcus Mathers lost the match. Marcus Mathers ate the pinfall. If one of the guys from YDNP had eaten the pinfall, argument could have been made that further down the road in GCW, we might get a Swipe Right versus YDNP match. Either way, please, Brett Lauderdale, book that shit, because that shit would slap so fucking hard.
I believe it. GCW has existed for a reason, folks, since 1999. It is not simply death match. It's just one of the finding pioneers still to this day that brings death match at the forefront worldwide.
Yeah, I have said it since I started watching GCW religiously. GCW is a modern day ECW.
That very well might be accurate. They've even been in the Hammerstein Ballroom.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not a might not, because if you watch enough of it, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. You've got the high flyers like Super Crazy, Psychosis, you know, Little Guido, Tajiri. You've got all that stuff there with like YDNP and Marcus Mathers. You've got your technicians like you had with Benoit, Guerrero, Chris Candido, Shane Douglas. You've got that there with the one called Manders. Jonathan Gresham makes frequent appearances.
Yep.
And then you've got your hardcore like you had with the Sandman, with the Dudleys, with Tommy Dreamer, in your Matt Tremonts. And, you know, those type of guys, Slade, Dr. Redacted. It is truly a buffet, a smorgasbord. So if you enjoyed original ECW from 96 to 2000, you should, keyword should, enjoy GCW.
Quote unquote, the Renegade Wrestling, JJ Williams. And
I just feel bad that Nick's inaugural GCW experience was Japan.
So, Nick,
But
Go
thank you, good sir, for filling in when we needed somebody in a clutch.
talk about taking a bullet for the team.
I'm always here to help the crew.
Yeah, but we appreciate you. You're truly part of the family. Ash, real quick, you were speaking earlier again talking about deathmatch love and hearing all this about GCW. Is there anything that kind of piques your interest based on what you heard as you're trying to juggle more wrestling in your life? Are you conveying now to maybe look at GCW or anybody in particular based on what you heard from Walter and JJ?
I'm just happy Daily Motion exists and I can find all my wrestling there.
Fair enough. I also use the Internet Archive, but that's a whole different conversation.
I'll be honest with you. As we were talking, I was going on Cage Match, searching up YDNP matches.
Okay. I'm going to give you two to start with. Okay.
Write this down.
Okay. The first one I'm going to give you is the one where we discovered YDNP. Spring Break 9, Joey Janela Spring Break 9, Violence is Forever, Dominic Garini and Kevin Koo, the GCW Tag Team Champions, versus Alec Price and a mystery partner. Jordan Oliver wasn't even a part of it yet. Alec Price went in there. His partner had gotten injured. Alec Price went out there and was fighting back against the wall for half of the match. until Jordan Oliver's music hit and he came out, and him and Alec Price became tag champions that night. That was the night YDNP was formed.
Young,
So
dumb, and broke.
that's the inception. That's the origin story. That's the best place to start. The next match, GCW Top Play. YDNP and Marcus Mathers versus Megan Bain, Miyu Yamashita, and Billy Starks.
Yep, intergender warfare. Yep, I remember you told me that match. I watched it. It's right now my GCW match of the year.
That match got an 8.7 on Cage Match. I know we usually don't talk about star ratings or ratings, but that is high as fuck for a GCW match, which tells you everything you need to know about it.
You didn't have to say the star rating. You had me at Megan Bain.
There you go.
And then it also gives you a look at Marcus Mathers, who's a WWE ID prospect, competes on Evolve. So you get a look into him as well, who Marcus Mathers is someone James and I have been touting very highly for a while. Walter's finally seeing him and come around to Marcus Mathers as well.
Got it written down right here.
There you go.
Pen and paper.
All right, do your homework, and I expect a review from you next week, Saturday. That's your assignment, all right? Don't miss your deadline. And that being said, for those that don't know, by the way, I first learned about...
report.
It's okay. You know
Yeah,
what?
for real.
You know
This
what's
gives you
funny?
content for your channel.
Yes.
Watch the matches, then review them on your channel.
There you go.
You know what's funny? There's another podcast I took part in, and they're like, Ash, this is your assignment. Watch Bret Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What?
Yeah. What? Yeah, you need to do that too. But the funny thing is, JJ, I discovered Young, Dumb, and Fucking Broke at Chaos Wrestling right here in Toledo when there was an independent promotion here in 2018. So I knew Jordan Oliver long before both of you. So I love how far that group has come. And they truly are that, folks. I guarantee you. Walter, I see
Jordan
your hand.
Oliver's the inaugural JCW champion, the belt that Masha currently holds.
There
He
you
was
go.
the inaugural world champion for that federation.
Yep.
Go ahead, Walter. I didn't mean to step on you.
No, I was saying, I think we really found the new stick. I'm looking at the comments, dude. Everybody keeps talking about the puns. Like,
Bro,
I guess I have to
dude.
do it now.
Dude, yes. Dude, look, you have not experienced a Cappuccino Jones match unless you've heard Walter do commentary for a Cappuccino Jones match.
Oh, Lord. I don't know if I can handle that.
Because, dude, I had to tell him when we did hit him up that he couldn't do puns because he had already got them all out like less than an hour because Cappuccino Jones and Jack Cartwheel was the main event of the ID showcase, and they jerked the curtain of hit him up. They literally had like an hour and a half break before they went out there and they wrestled again.
There you go.
Okay, so I told him, I was like, bro, you just did all the jokes. You can't go recycle them again. You've actually got to call this match straight.
Be
And I
professional.
felt a little bit bad for James because James's reaction to the Cappuccino Jones puns, the coffee puns, was about the same reaction that James gains when Matt Tremont gets bloody. Like, it was that level of, oh my God, make it stop.
Okay, so what is James' personal hell? Is it puns? Is it Matt Tremont? Or is it something?
Something!
It's some form of punishment.
Watching Invisible Stand versus Yoko Hoko Chica.
Yoshihiko.
Yeah,
Oh, I think James gone silent because I think his brain shut down. All right. Well, that being said, Ash, I look forward to hearing your report on this. I will grade you on a 4-point rubric come next week Saturday. All right. Thank you, Jay.
This Saturday, gosh damn.
Saturday. Yeah, you got 7 days.
Saturday.
More than enough time.
Yeah,
And
but
I'll
still,
come-
like,
I-
my
I'll
work
come
schedule permitting, though. That's the thing.
But people have an agenda book for a reason and an organizer. Back in my day, there was this thing called a PDA, so I'm sure you could find some sort of
A public
organization.
display of affection.
No, a freaking personal. What? Wait, what?
That's what PDA stands for these days, Noah. Public display of affection.
Or
Good
public
grief.
display of ass. Who knows?
Hey.
That's only if it's Abdullah Kobayashi. But anyway,
All right, well, that's neither here nor there. And once again, this goes to show how far humanity has degraded. All right, but anyway, moving on. Let's go on into Bloodsport, which again was covered by JJ and Walter. Walter, this truly is your bread and butter, being the UFC expert. Why don't you spare this discussion, then pass it along to JJ, and then we'll go around the horn and see what people think of this showcase. And if one thing's for certain, Natty is still a badass. Respect that legend. Walter, go ahead. Talk about Bloodsport.
Oh man, freaking Bloodsport. Again, let me try to remember the order here. The one thing I like besides transition kind of fights of Bloodsport was the freaking pacing, because JJ and I were a little worried about whether he can actually stay for the entire show and get it all in, because he had to work, and he came to work, early on purpose to be able to talk to the pre-show and everything. When I tell you that Bloodsport has the best freaking pacing in the entire market, like, I'm not exaggerating, dude. But the pacing of it was so well done that even JJ was like, damn, I might be able to get out of here. I think I ate too early. Like, it was to the point where he said he ate too early because now he didn't know what to do. But they just get it going. I love the way they do the intros. They make everybody who's gonna wrestle come out in like this weird V-shaped thing, and JJ pointed it out. And then the two main event comes in
What do
the
you want?
end. But yeah, Tremont, there were these two big T people, and I like how playful Jonathan Gresham is, because he got caught in the middle. He had to go underneath people to get into the middle, and he was just like his jokey self. Like, this dude has so much personality. Like, I love me some Gresham, but it was Matt Mako who fought against Ray Jazz. Me and JJ went into this kind of blind. I had no idea who the hell Ray Jazz was, but I saw him in an Olympic style singlet with wrestling boots. I said, this freaking dude is gonna wrestle his ass off. Reminds me of Kurt Angle. I couldn't even get the name Angle out when he went for the single leg takedown and right into an ankle lock. And JJ is like, look, you just said Kurt Angle. The dude heard you. Like, the dude is impressive as hell. I need to see more of Ray Jazz. Whatever they do, like, whether it's Bloodsport, MMA, whatever they do, this dude is a future star. Now, he got beat. Now, I told you before, Noah, that all it takes is like little simple mistakes. He went for the same move one too many times and got caught in a submission. So Matt Mako beat him by submission. Janai Kai was next, I think, and Jordan Blade. Fucking KO. Like, all right. We talk about super kick parties, and that's not that's regular, right? This chick literally was getting her ass kicked, backed up, did a super kick from freaking hell, like it was almost like Street Fighter where you see all these shadows behind her. She kicked the living shit out of Jordan Blade and laid her out cold, caught her like flush on the jaw. It was over. Like, as soon as it connected, I was like, holy shit, that's what a super kick is supposed to do. She's what was she called? Karate Kick? She had like a crazy nickname. Go ahead, JJ. I saw your hand.
The Karate Demon, or the Kick Demon. The Kick Demon.
Yep, that's Janai Kai.
Yeah.
Contra, by the way, and of course.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. Walter James and I have seen Janai Kai a few times on MLW shows, Contra, as you pointed out. Me and Walter were both saying that Janai Kai is just a scary looking bitch.
Accurate.
And what's hilarious is that usually the scary people are like the biggest sweethearts, the biggest teddy bears. So, like, I'm sure you get her outside of that environment and she's probably a fucking doll. But you look at her, you look at her presentation, you look at the way she has her hair and the dark lipstick, okay, and I'm like, I wouldn't want to run into you in a fucking lit alley, let alone a dark alley. I'll take my chances with Brock Lesnar.
I mean, the smile with the mouthpiece is a misdemeanor, to be fair. She is as lethal as the name implies.
Oh, I know. I know. Like I said, we've seen her on MLW, and she's a bad bitch there. But that super kick, like Walter said, caught her square on the chin, and she was done.
Wow.
Shortest fight of the night, like 3 minutes and change.
Yep. It was like a pile of rocks, dude. She just went bloop.
Damn, that's bonkers.
I gotta go check that out now.
Same.
Then I think Simon Gotch's match was next, and that another mistake. One little mistake, dude. Nick Camarado, I think his name is.
Yes.
Pretty much dominated. We had this wrestle thing. Just went for the same kick one too many times. Freaking Gotch just grabbed his leg and it was over by submission. That's the beautiful thing about like MMA style. This thing is just you can look so dominant and everything. It just that one mistake. Dempsey is so well trained. So he's the son of William Regal. I mean, let's face it. The man's gonna stretch you out. You give him something,
Right.
I said it. You give him a limb, a finger, anything you give him out there, he's gonna grab it. Go ahead, JJ. I think you're in with.
Yeah. Rather than you going through and then throwing to me, I just figure I'll piggyback on the matches here.
I like that.
Komoroto is another one that I messaged James about that he needs to check out because he's also on the JCW show tomorrow taking on Joey Janela. Dude came out to Bon Jovi Living on a Prayer. The entire crowd was singing it, and he automatically had me hooked right there. They cut the music just before the whole "We've Got Each Other" and "That's a Not for Love," and just the entire audience is doing the entire rest. Whoa, we're halfway there.
All right. Yeah, of course.
And I'm like, dude, see? And I told Walter on commentary, I was like, shit like this is why I broke down in tears when Danielson used Final Countdown that first time at Forbidden Door. Because it takes me back to those days at PWG when we were singing Final Countdown as he was doing his entrance. And now it's become the cliche thing to do. Crowds sing Metalingus. They sing Voices. They sing, Cult of Personality. They sing Judas. They sing all these huge theme songs. And it's like, but back in 05, 06, it was a niche of a niche of a niche.
Yeah.
And now I'm seeing it at all these different things, and it just takes the right song to strike that nerve. And Living on a Prayer is one of them. And as much as James hates it, Separate Ways, World Apart for Matt Tremont is another one. They get into it as soon as the keyboard synthesizer starts. The entire GCW crowd is singing Separate Ways.
I like it.
It's why I want to go to these shows so bad.
Yeah, about to say, James had to go his separate way because he's tired. Shout out to James Keeper. Appreciate him. We'll see him, of course, on the call tomorrow.
He just had to dip because I was bringing up Matt Tremont and bad memories for him.
That and also he's tired. He's been Avatar Man for a reason. All right. Anyway, please continue. Also, Bon Jovi for life.
And
For
then
real.
he had the American pants and everything. That dude was.
But I told him, I was like, with the American flag pants, I half expected him to use Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA.
That's what I would have expected, but I was apparently
But-
thrown off.
And I told Walter this, I want to see Nick Komoroto outside of this weekend because they're in New Jersey and Bon Jovi is a Jersey band. So is he doing it for the cheap pop to get the Jersey crowd hype, or is it his theme song that he uses everywhere? So I really want to see Nick Komoroto outside of this weekend because the JCW show is going to be in the same venue that Bloodsport was in.
It's a good thought.
So I'm a bit curious to see the next time we see him fight if he uses Living on a Prayer.
Keyword, folks. These are fights, not matches. Continue, Walter.
He wasn't the only one that came on the Bon Jovi too. Somebody else did.
Manders, the one called Manders, uses Wanted, Dead or Alive. But see, he
He
always uses that song though. He's a cowboy, so it fits him, and he always starts it like right at the end. He does the chorus and then goes into the "I walk these streets A loaded 6-string on my back.
Not right.
That's where he starts it. So he doesn't give you the intro. He starts it closer to the end. But yeah, he always uses that. So that's another reason why I want to see if Komoroto uses it outside of this weekend, because this was our first exposure to him.
Yeah, and then so next was I think I think it was Royce Isaac and War Raider Ivar.
Yeah.
Freaking banger. These two went hard, dude. Ivar impressed the hell out of me, and he was going so hard, but you can see the inexperience in this type of match, and this is how it. And Royce Isaac, he went for the same. Was it a kick or a punt? I think it was like 3 kicks. He went for the same, and then Royce countered his kick and put it into a leg submission, and he was forced to tap out. But it was just the one simple mistake. Ivar had it, and he just went to the well one too many times. And that's all it was. But Royce Isaac, and he impressed me because we all know Ivar's size. The man almost deadlifted him, German suplex Eric. I mean, Ivar. I keep saying Eric. I don't know why, but Ivar and Royce. But it was freaking awesome the way these two wrestled and fought. It was back and forth. Isaac was trying to take the big man by his leg, and then he kept going to his back for like he does jiu-jitsu and everything, but. All it was Ivar going to the well one too many times, and then he got caught and submitted. From what I read.
So now in Bloodsport, there's no ropes on the ring, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So
down
then,
on the mat.
We talked about the crazy son of a bitch Slade earlier.
Yes.
Timothy Thatcher and him fought. The only match, it was a good match, but this is the way you DQ. Okay. Believe it or not, Bloodsport has rules. So no small joint manipulation. When people get out of the ring, you're supposed to give them 10 seconds to get back in. One of the rules is no biting. So don't Mike Tyson this shit. Timothy Thatcher had Slade in I believe a sleeper or something where his arm was right there, and Slade literally bit the shit out of him, dude, and they had to call it DQ. Then you're not supposed to fight. Once the match is done, just done. They kept going to the point where the entire locker room, like everybody that was on the card, came out and had to separate these two. Like, yo, dude, you're supposed to respect the rules. What the hell are you doing? So Slade is just a crazy son of a bitch. Go ahead.
Yeah, Charlie Dempsey got out there and he was trying to hold Thatcher back because of the WWE ID connection. ID NXT and everything. And eventually, once everything got separated, Thatcher grabs the microphone and he's like, maybe I need to come to a regular GCW show where there are no rules and just like we can go, because Thatcher was fucking pissed. Yeah, I saw a fire in Thatcher that I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, saying something, because Thatcher's a crazy dude from what I've heard.
Yes, he is.
See, I saw Thatcher like 15 years ago.
Evolve or PWG?
Championship Wrestling from Hollywood. Around the same time that Brian Cage was there, before he became the guy that could eat that Brian Cage, and a guy named Sean Ricker was there before he became Eli Drake, before he became L.A. Knight. Yeah. When he was being managed by Percy Pringle III, rest in peace, Paul Bearer. But yeah, I saw Timothy Thatcher back then, and dude was a crazy motherfucker.
And then he became part of Imperium, went to Pro Wrestling Noah, and he even went to Black and Gold NXT, where the Fight Pit was introduced, and broke Matt Riddle and Tommaso Ciampa.
You can tell he's crazy by the kind of gear he wears. He wears Chainsaw Charlie fucking pants, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very, very Terry Funk inspired. And they always said Terry Funk was middle-aged and crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Still is to this day.
Right.
Isn't he dead?
That's why I say he still is. Now he's forever that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I've actually another wrestler that was recommended to me a long time ago, and I think I have bookmark on Twitter somewhere matches of his that was recommended that's so buried in my bookmarks I have yet to find it.
Fair enough. You'll eventually get it. Just do a search. I mean, he's been all over. I remember him from OTT. Anyway, continue down the Bloodsport card. This is great.
Then it was Eric. This was to the point. This before the main event. This was the match of the night. But Eric and the one called Manders. What's not to say about this? You want to talk about banger? JJ wanted it to be Ivar versus Manders, so it'd be a little sad. These two pretty much is the Spider-Man meme, like literally pointing at each other because the way they fought, the way they're built, the way their height, everything was like down to the T. And these two went hard. And like the things Eric was trying to do in breaking guard and dropping these elbows and everything, and he ended up knocking out, like seriously knocking out the one called Manders. And the reason I emphasize knockout is one called Manders is no like punk to just lay down. Like he got caught hard and got laid the out. Like I couldn't believe Eric did that. So the War Raiders went, 1-for-1. Eric won his, Ivar lost his, but it was because Ivar made a mistake. Eric didn't make a mistake.
Fair enough.
Yeah, to Walter's point, when I saw this on paper, I'm like, I think Ivar versus Manders would be better because, like he said, there's such a mirror of each other that I knew it was going to be a good fight. So I kind of wanted to see Manders have to go a little harder, test himself a little bit more by going against the big man. Because let's not forget that when Eric was out on injury and then took that little bit extra time after Sarah Logan had the baby, Ivar was on the singles run of a lifetime, dude. He was impressing the shit out of people.
Yep.
I compared him on the microphone to Walter to Brody King. Just big dude showing that agility and athleticism that you wouldn't expect from a big guy.
No.
And Manders, and I'm doing it again, damn it, Walter, you got me doing it. The one called Manders. You have to say the whole name. It's like a pimp named Slickback. You cannot disrespect the one called Manders. You have to say the one called Manders every time.
Okay.
But the one called Manders is such a catch-as-catch-can technical specimen that I would have loved to have seen him try to chop down the tree that was Ivar.
He reminds me a lot of Stan Hansen, honestly, with his style and his physique. But of course, you can't really use a lariat in a blood sport. But he definitely gives me those vibes where he is both physically powerful as a brawler, but still technically proficient as a technician.
Something I'd like to see GCW do, and I think they're just crazy enough to do it.
Probably.
Ebony and Ivory. The one called Manders and Jonathan Gresham as a tag team.
I like that a lot. Anyway, continue.
Go ahead, Walter.
And then Pete Dunne.
Oh, that's the one.
Who? For Jonathan Gresham.
Okay, I gotta know. Did this go to a draw?
A short-haired Pete Dunne. Pete Dunne cut the long hair.
Mm-hmm.
What?
He cut it.
Wow.
And they were showing a lot of respect, giving each other clean breaks. Then it just went to anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. They literally let. You ever watch that slap shit that Dana White owns now?
Power slap?
Yeah, they literally did this. They let each other hit each other, and then Gresham went for like another slap, and Pete Dunne was like, "Fuck that," and he ducked it. But the kind of submissions like they went for was ridiculous. But Pete Dunne ended up. It wasn't a draw. He ended up submitting Jonathan Gresham. But when I tell you that they were slapping the fuck out of each other, dude, Like to the old, you can hear the crowd literally tell each other, "Shut the fuck up," because they wanted to hear the slaps. Like it got quiet. You can hear a mouse. Like that's how quiet it got, just so you can hear the effects. And it's Gresham just he was too playful. He started playing with Pete Dunne, and Dunne doesn't play that shit. It just seemed like he was doing like a gentleman. Hey, let's be a gentleman. And Pete Dunne said, "Fuck that, I don't play that," and that's what ended up happening.
I love that. Legit bruiserweight badass, as I know him, and Jonathan Gresham being such a pure foundation of technical wrestling. But the fact that Pete Dunne submitted the octopus, that's huge. You talk about that slap, that reminds me of Tolkon, Fighting Spirit. Literally looking at the G1 Climax earlier the day, Zack Sabre Jr. and Great Khan all hail. Wow.
I saw that clip, actually. I saw that clip.
That's awesome. It literally gave me shades of that, considering, again, both men wanted to demonstrate a strong will. Who was going to waver first? And it sounds like you got that for a moment during this match, and then Gresham paid for his silliness.
Yeah, that's he shouldn't have been playing around. That's what happened. But
play around with the virtuoso, didn't he?
yeah, I forgot to mention Eric. The one comment I forgot to mention, like how he got knocked out. He literally went for a takedown and ducked down, and Eric basically uppercut this dude with his knee, and he ran into it, and it was just dude, it was so perfectly timed. It clocked the shit out of him, and
I wonder if he did that scream.
Then the main event happened. Natty versus Masha. I actually defer to JJ because Natty is his girl. I'm gonna let him talk about it, and I'll try to piggyback on him. I gotta give it to him.
As you should, because respect the legend that is Natty. Damn it. I gotta hear this.
All right, so I love that they gave these two women the main event, first and foremost. We had been saying for a minute that it had to be. It was the first match announced. It was the only match where there was really anything going on social media. And we even were talking about how this is what social media is supposed to be for, people. Promotion, spreading the word about stuff. You've got two television wrestlers who are used to cutting promos to set up big matches. Now, they're in different companies, obviously. They're not going to be able to do... Impact isn't going to say anything about this.
No.
Raw isn't going to say anything about this, so there's no way to really hype it.
No.
So you use the power of social media to cut a promo. Then you get your fans replying to it, interacting, reposting it. You get GCW, you get Josh Barnett, you get Brett Lauderdale, all reposting it. Your opponent sees it, and they reply, and the same thing happens. This is the power of the good of social media, ladies and gentlemen. But that being said,
yes, the fight.
Masha comes out. Natty comes out with her entourage, despite the fact that she's this tough, badass, grizzled, throwing up middle fingers to Masha.
I love this.
She's still the sweetheart that we all know at heart. She's playing up to the fans at ringside, showing them love, giving the kids hugs and everything. Gets in the ring, and it's just full tilt before the bell can even sound. There's no introductions. There's nothing. It's just ambush. It's what you would expect from a WWE grudge fight. And yeah, the promo that Natty gave prior to the fight was crazy because you could see the emotion on her face. You could feel the emotion in her voice and the way she was speaking. But these two women went full tilt for over 10 minutes, just beating the shit out of each other. There were a couple times when we thought that both of them had the match won. But at the end of the day, my girl, 2-0 in Bloodsport, as Masha fell. I believe it was a KO. It wasn't even a submission. Like, I took this picture of the sharpshooter on Masha and posted it in the groups. If I remember correctly, and Walter can say when he gets the microphone, but I think it was a KO. I think Masha got knocked the fuck out.
Whoa.
It was a technical knockout. The referee
TKO.
stopped it.
Yeah.
The referee stopped it. She kept She was punishing Masha too much.
Damn.
No, listen. Natty's done being looked over. Like, if you go back to that promo, she was like, "You're used to Natalia, this, that, and that. No, tonight you're fucking getting Natty." She said it straight like that. That's exactly how she worded it. You're getting fucking Natty. And then she went there and proceeded to show you why her fucking last name is a Hart. Why? Well, it's Neidhart, but why it has Hart in it.
And then she's gonna go back to Raw on Monday and tag with what's her face,
Maxine Dupree.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. They need to let whatever gimmick she does on the Independents go over, from her gear, from her everything. Like, she was so over the crowd. Like, it was okay. It's not 50,000 like WWE, but every single person in that building was chanting "Natty, Natty," like, to the point I almost cried
No-
live on air. Like, it got
Not
to me.
not every person. It was very much a split crowd.
Yeah.
It was fuck him up, Natty. Fuck him up, Masha. Fuck him up, Natty.
That's what I expect in
Masha.
Bloodsport. That's what I
Like,
expect in Bloodsport.
well, again, you got to figure out of everybody on this card, and this is no disrespect to Gresham, to Dempsey, to Royce Isaacs, to the War Raiders. Natty and Masha are the two biggest names that were on this card. Even Barnett didn't book himself because he didn't want to take away from these two.
Respect. Fucking A.
And so, and Masha is a GCW regular. So you would think she would have the advantage with this being GCW presents Josh Barnett's Bloodsport. But to Walter's point, man, the fans on Moss are so tired of Natty being held down that they just want to see what they know is in her soul. And that's what we're getting with the low-key legend Natty Neidhart in all of these outside of the WWE things that she's doing. Whether it's Bloodsport against Miyu Yamashita and Masha Slamovich, whether it's NWA in the Crockett Cut against Kenzie Page, we are getting to steal a theme song from somebody else. We're getting the heart that don't quit. Shout out to Indy Hartwell.
Yeah, respect.
That's the Natty that we're getting, is the heart don't quit.
I love it.
She has just got this fire inside of her. And why are we not getting this on TV? It's hard to market it.
Right. It's not marketable, but it's legit.
That's at the end of the day, WWE is a business, and you've got to be able to market and make money off of it. And Natty, the low-key legend, as much as we may love it, as much as y'all over here in the comments may love it, it's not a profitable gimmick.
Yeah.
I know. That's why Natty needs to get merch made for these indie shows, so that she can start making that money on the side.
Damn right. She'll make more money there than she will in WWE at this point. She deserves to.
Because the Natty shirt that I own, and yeah, I've got Hart Dynasty, I've got Bret Hart shit, I've got Owen Hart shit, but the Natty shirt that I own was a fan-made t-shirt parodying the Naughty by Nature logo.
That's awesome.
Except instead of it being naughty by nature with the baseball bat, it's natty by nature with a pink hockey stick. She needs to do something. Because the low-key legend, that's a great gimmick. You can put that on t-shirts.
Oh, yeah. So, as I expected, the women stole the fucking show, but Matcha lost to another stable of WWE. Now she's lost to
You're
Shayna,
supposed to.
now she's lost to Natty. Go ahead.
You're supposed to respect when they get out of the ring and let your opponent come in after 10 seconds.
Yes.
Natty and Masha said, fuck that. They were the first and only people that jumped out of the ring and fought in the crowd. They fought through the crowd, came back in. Natty got thrown out. Masha did a fucking suicide dive off of the, just threw herself out of the ring onto Natty's entourage. So, like, these two, like, they literally fought over the arena. Like, we saw this aggressive side of Natty. Masha was just defiant. She was caught in a sharpshooter for like a good 2 minutes and just kept sticking her middle finger back up at Natty, which pissed Natty off. Natty took the advantage to twist her out of the sharpshooter and just jump on Masha and started doing these elbows to her face, and it's just that, like, she started ground and pounding, and the referee had enough. Like, the referee just saved Masha, but Masha was defiant. She kept just sticking her middle fingers, and then she was blocking Natty like this, and then at one point you just seen her go limp. Like, Natty was just getting through, and like she was, they weren't holding punches back. Like, you could tell. Yeah, we could respect each other outside and backstage, but right now I hate you, bitch. And they kept talking to each other. Like, you could hear what they were saying to each other because the crowd was giving them the respect. You gotta watch that shit.
I need Marina Shafir versus Natty. I need Shayna Baszler versus Natty and Bloodsport. Barnett, book it.
Give it time. I'm sure he will. I mean, the fact that the only Bloodsport losses that Masha has are Baszler, Neidhart, Shafir, and Allison Kay says a lot for Masha in this environment.
Damn right. Pinkies up. By the way, shout out to Allison Kay. Pinkies up. Classy as always.
You know, and
right.
We won't talk about her loss to JC Jane at Slammiversary.
No.
But Shayna, Marina, and Natty, that's a hell of a list to take an L to.
So
you can't even be mad at Masha. I only didn't say Allison the second time because I'm not that familiar with her. So I don't know if it's, you know, a big loss or not. But I know the style of Shayna Baszler, Marina Shafir, and Natty Neidhart. So that's why I'm like, those are some pretty big L's you can't be mad at.
At this point, just put Natty in the damn octagon, damn it. Jeez. Wow, well, you all had a hell of a fight once again. It seems like Bloodsport is always the biggest highlight, definitely for Walter, it seems, outside the UFC. And each Bloodsport gives you another match that surpassed your expectations than the last. And now you're going to go to jolly old England, London, next with Bloodsport. Who knows who you might get from there?
Yeah, the end of next month. So they're not even waiting a full 2 months. September 28th, Bloodsport London.
Yeah, there is a lot of expectation for that, I'm sure. I've already got a few names in mind, but I'll just wait till anything's announced.
I'm curious to see how many of the people that were on this card are booked for that card. And that's something Walter and I were talking about, because if you think about it, in UFC traditionally, you've got about a 4 to 6 month in between fights, because you've got to heal from the fight, go through concussion protocols, and then start training for your match.
Correct.
And then there's also, are you going to try to gain weight, cut weight, drop weight class, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, because those are the weigh-ins.
Now, I don't know how scripted Bloodsport is, if it's shoot or if it's more scripted like wrestling is. And honestly, I don't want to know. But usually we get it big weekends. We had WrestleMania. We had SummerSlam. So you would think if they're going to do it again soon, it would probably be closer to Survivor Series before holding off again till Mania next year. So the fact that they're doing one so soon in London, I'm curious how many of these competitors are going to be booked again in 2 months.
Kelly. All right, fair enough. Wow, you had a hell of a fight. Again, what a delight. Let's go down to the bottom row and get some thoughts from you two, shall we? Nick, based on everything you heard here, what did you think about this Bloodsport? Did you look at any of it at all outside highlights and clips, or what are your thoughts?
It sounded interesting. It's unfortunate that Natty can't do her low-key legend in WWE because, like you guys said, I think that would be a really good change from her from what she's doing now. Because I don't know, I'll be straight. Natty's a joke. Oh,
Walter Cruz had to bounce because, of course, he's on the call tomorrow morning and he is
said.
GTSing. So, again, if you haven't already, before I give it back to Nick, pause real quick. Subscribe to Raging Wrestling Walter Cruz, and shout out to James Hebert, too. Appreciate both of them. We'll show them again at the end of the show, too.
Honey,
Back to
subscribe.
You, Nick. Okay, there you go. There's another one. Continue, Nick.
Yeah, no, it sucks that she can't do her look because Natty's a joke in WWE. In my opinion, what has she done? It's that business is all about what have you done for me lately, and she done jack shit. So I think the low key legend gimmick for her there would be a very nice transition for her. Instead of going down to Evolve and fighting the Evolve champion for their championship. Anyways, other than that, the card sounded good. Definitely a couple of matches on there that sounded interesting. The Masha stuff. I'm curious if she was there for that show. That show was this weekend, right, JJ?
Yep.
So I'm curious to know what prevented. Like, I know that they said travel issues, but Masha was advertised for our show Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'm curious to see, or curious to know why she didn't make our shows in Japan. I know they said travel issues, but I mean, it sounded like Masha was good to go, and I feel like if it was up to her, she probably would have made the shows. So I'm curious to know why she didn't.
Cards subject to change.
Absolutely. Other than that, I've never seen a Bloodsport show, so I mean that did sound pretty interesting. So who knows in the future?
Okay, that's fair. Ash, based on what you heard, and again, folks, she's our Canadian friend, and why people are like, you haven't seen a Bret Hart match? What? Would you maybe look into a Natty fight? I mean, it would be a whole lot shorter, and it's more legitimate.
Absolutely.
So I mean,
I fucking love that bitch. I love Natty.
Well, there you go.
Love that bitch.
Okay, so JJ, you need to get Ash on the Bloodsport call with you next time Natty's in the main event. So now we know. Anyway, what else? What did you think of what they talked about with that Bloodsport card?
So I got both April and August to binge watch back to back now.
Fair enough. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The card's solid. What more can I say about it other than holy shit, this looks really good. Oh my god, hell yeah. Let's do this.
Well, I mean, again, to JJ's point, we've seen everything from Zack Sabre Jr., John Mott's, Marina Shafir, Lindsay Snow, Filthy Tom Lawler. I mean, Bloodsport always is surprising. And Josh Barnett is usually the headliner. So him giving it to the ladies is legit as it gets. So I'm very curious to see what the London card looks like. Are they going to get like what's his name, Luke Jacobs, for example? Are we going to see maybe Shaw Samuels, maybe Dave Mastiff? Are we going to see Anthony Ogogo from AEW? Are we going to see Charlie? I figure we're going to see Charlie Dudley. I got names on my mind, if I'm being honest here, from NXT UK and beyond. What's up, JJ?
Okay, she said that she needs to do April and August back to back. Have you looked at what is on Bloodsport 13 other than the Natty match that we talked about? Have you already looked ahead?
On for what?
For the Bloodsport 13, the one that happened in April. Did you cheat?
Yeah, you showed me that. Like right away, it's like, hey Ash, check this shit. There's Zach on the card. Watch it. Fucking watch
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, because Zack Sabre Jr. versus Gresham.
Yeah.
You might want to lock doors and make sure nobody comes in when that match happens. I'm just saying.
Do I need to hold Ash's commentary brain during that match? Do I need to be with Ash during that match?
So what you're saying is during that match, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I'm so turned on right now.
Probably, yeah.
So she's technically turned on. All right, fair enough.
I'll be real with you. There's like I was watching what was it, like Zack Sabre Jr. versus Bryan Danielson, and I shit you not, we were watching Wrestle Dream with my friend, and I'm sitting there going like, guys, I'm so fucking turned on right now.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Zach on the London card.
Absolutely. Again, currently.
And then main event was Gabe Kidd versus Barnett.
Oh,
yeah,
dude. If Gabe's like back from injury by then.
Well, I mean, Zack Sabre Jr. even talked about how he wanted that dickhead to be in his corner to hold the rope for him. He was expecting to face that War Dog, this proud Brit that's wrestling Japan style.
Oh my
that
gosh,
calls himself the best in Japan. That's a match waiting to happen. That was one of my must-see matches for the G1 Climax before they go see the Chaos got injured him. So again, the jury is out. But Gabe Kidd, Zack Sabre Jr., they're going to run it back either in Cerulean Blue or they need to do it in Bloodsport, in my opinion.
That would be freaking crazy. Like two Brits going at it. Like what the?
I'm about to say that's Brit as Brit gets without saying Tyler Bate. All right, or Pete
Well,
Dunne.
and again, it sounds like a commercial, but I would seriously consider just investing in the Triller Plus tier if you have Triller in Canada.
We do.
Because for whatever it costs a month, the $7.99, $8.99, $9.99, whatever it is,
Canadian.
all these shows get unlocked for free. Huh?
Exactly.
What'd you say, Ash?
It's $14. I looked into it.
Oh, okay, they must have upped it then. Or maybe it's 14 in Canada.
Canadian.
$14 Canadian.
That's what it is, $14 Canadian. After the conversion rate, it's $14 Canadian. And I'm looking at it, it's like, thank God Daily Motion exists.
But I mean, it's definitely worth it because all the GCW stuff gets unlocked, all the House of Glory stuff gets unlocked, all kinds of stuff that just automatically gets unlocked and you don't have to pay for it each month.
I looked
And
into it. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, and with as frequently as GCW runs shows and we cover them, usually 2 shows a weekend, 2 weekends a month, so 4 shows a month. $15 for 4 shows is still cheaper than Peacock, I think.
Which we don't get in Canada.
Yeah, you got Netflix International.
Yep.
Well, it's probably cheaper than Netflix.
We suck here in Canada.
Netflix is $21 Canadian.
There you go. It's cheaper than that.
I mean, make your buck go as further as possible. Simple as that. Either way,
So on Triller, they have Old Progress and Rev Pro shows.
yes, Rev Pro. Let's fucking go. Anyway, don't get me started. Now, I mean, JR once said I just had out about experience back at WrestleMania 25. I've become close to that euphoria with AEW, but Bloodsport has enticed me quite a lot lately. Anyway, let's go ahead and keep moving forward. When we come back from this commercial break, are you ready to talk about the biggest party of the summer, night 1? Because when we return, we're going to dive into SummerSlam Night 1 after this commercial break.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as always, here at the Super Reliable Studios, we truly encourage, embrace, celebrate, engage, cover, react, criticize, rant, and fancily book all the wrestling. And so much more to come too. And welcome back here once again to the Saturday Shenanigans. I am your host for the evening, the Superman Noel Foster, and with me, as always, is a gaggle of one professional wrestling friends, JJ Williams, our Canadian friend Ash, and the man that has his Burger King order ready to go, Nick Ferrantes, also known as the Canadian Connection. Well, we've got a lot of fun, a lot of great discussion, a lot of great hype into what we've indulged across the entire professional wrestling week, outside the typical names that people may only know. But let's go ahead and get down right into it. Let's go ahead and talk about tonight's main event, which was the start of the biggest party ever in the summer in WWE history. SummerSlam Night 1. And of course, SummerSlam Night 1 had 6 matches. We had, of course, 3 championships on the line, and we had 3 grudge bouts, 2 of them being tag, 1 of them being singles. But if nothing else was a takeaway, you definitely got worked when it came into the ending of all things. So let's go ahead and get everyone's thoughts on SummerSlam. This is a free-for-all because we're all familiar with what happened. And particularly, one individual wanted to come in for this segment, so I'm going to let her lead off. What we're going to do, we're going to go for the matches, and as we talk about the matches, we're going to continue through there. So let's go ahead and kick things off, Ash. Of course, you know the opening match. You acknowledge your tribal chief, I'm sure. It was Roman Reigns and Jey Uso taking on Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed in a battle of family versus who truly owns the ring and power here in WWE when it comes to Stephanie Rollins' vision and the Oracle's mission statement. Talk about that tag match.
This was a very fun way to open the show. I want to see Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker as a tag team because they work amazing together. Like this is what, like, wasn't it what you expected? Yeah. It was your typical Jay gets his ass handed to him, and then Roman Reigns gets the hot take and just cleans house, that's what it needed to be. And it showcased how monsterly Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed are.
There you go. All right. Well, that being said, Nick, why don't you add to it? I mean, it truly was a monstrous physical affair when you consider Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker's dominance for most of this match. But the key thing here was family. And why Paul Heyman says family will fail you, it clearly was the opposite throughout that entire match when it came to Roman and Jay going to bat for one another too. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I did not catch SummerSlam just because I was with family. But I feel like, yeah, it's the big dog. It's the Yeet Man. They kind of... So the result was... I didn't watch. Did Breaker and Reed win?
No.
No. In fact, it was literally Roman Reigns taking the bullet for Jay in the end with a Braun Breaker spear. And of course, they were not the legal competitors. Bronson Reed was. And it set up Jay to hit Bronson Reed with not only a spear, but an Uso splash. And the OG bloodline won the match. And Braun Breaker might have broke his knee in the process. There were some ridiculous spots here, JJ. Your freaking unpredictable badass of your NXT ran roughshod against the big dog here, saying at one point he's the leader and he's the top dog. Most of this match, Jey Uso was being mollywopped and isolated. Things really got out of control on the outside of the ring, though, when Braun Breaker died from the apron across to Roman Reigns on the announce table, crashed and burned his knee into there. Eventually, Roman got his comeuppance against Braun, sparing Braun through the barricade. There was a couple of key moments here where Bronson and Braun looked like they were going to win, including using a beautiful Steiner recliner. At the end of the day, there was that awareness with Roman and Jay that kept them alive all the way in the end. This was not a match about the one. It was a match about the ones, which I think was the key difference, because truly it was about family mentality, not individual mentality. And that's saying something for Roman Reigns, who was all about himself as you all know, during his run as the Undisputed W Universal Champion. Considering 2 years ago, we saw these two fight in tribal combat. I can't remember the last time we seen Roman and Jay alone together as a duo. The original two that started the Bloodline saga in the first place back in 2020. So, JJ, what do you think of the result that Roman and Jay won? And basically, it was Jay that got the pinfall on Bronson Reed.
Well, I'm not surprised that Roman and Jay won. I predicted them. The fact that Roman was willing to take a back seat and give the dub to Jay, I think is interesting. It really leads me to believe that the rumors are true and that Roman is going to go off and do whatever movie he's going to do, much like The Rock used to do.
Right.
And we'll probably see him now in time for Survivor Series. And that's why Jay got the pinfall. Because Jay needs the momentum to continue his storylines going forward. I think it sucks that Braun and the son of Braun ate an L here when they really need that momentum. I love that you popped for that, by the way. I was thinking of that at work today, how you're the only one that really reacts when I say that. But I got no reaction from these two on the bottom, and you're sitting here giggling.
It freaking gets me every time. Braun squared. Anyway, continue.
I really think that they needed a W here, but and we'll get to it when we get there, but I think that it's very telling that they opened the show and Seth closed the show.
But
spoiler alert,
I think that shows a lot about what they believe in the vision. And I've been seeing a lot of people kind of co-signing with you. I think that the Judgment Day may be relinquishing those tag titles in the not so distant future to Braun and Son of Braun.
But coming off of this loss, doesn't they took the man's shoes on Monday, and then you booked them to lose this match though?
Traditionally, whoever has the advantage going into the show eats the L at the show.
But
they have the upper hand on Raw.
But then why are you giving them a tag team championship match?
Because it's Paul Heyman and he can work his magic.
Exactly. The key factor here is Paul Heyman, who did not get involved at all, but was very much a visual factor at ringside. And was a little bit disappointed why he still was wearing the jorts around his neck. Rough. That Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed did lose, but of course, they may have lost the battle. The war, different story. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and put these next two matches together because they kind of were short because you're following Roman Reigns and Jey Uso, so you kind of know where you are. So the next match on the card, and yes, there was yeeting. In fact, they were trying to run it back. Again, even Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker mocked that. And I got to say this real quick. I can't recall the last time we had an in-match yeeting where they played Jey Uso's theme and they yeeted. I kid you not. That actually happened in the first 3 minutes. In the first 3 minutes of the match.
Look,
after the bell rung.
Yeet is so over that me and one of my coworkers, we don't even say anything to each other. We just we will walk in, see the other one, and all we'll do is this. This is literally all we'll do. And we know exactly what the other person's doing. 4 letters,
gosh.
1 word. Yeet.
The fact that Roman was even calling for it after
The rest of our coworkers, because there's a couple people that know wrestling, but we don't always work with them when we're on together. Everyone else is looking at us like, the fuck are they doing? Because we're not saying a word. But it'll just be
4 letters, 1 word. Yeet. Oh my gosh. But yeah, this was a fun way to definitely open the show. And even in defeat, I thought Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed, who came out, by the way, with a combined version of both their themes together, really gelled very well as a very dangerous and dominant tag team. And Jey Uso also took most of the punishment during this match as well. So goes further to your point about Roman giving Jey the spotlight. So everyone, of course, got to eat, and Jey and Roman got the win. Whether or not they got those jorts back, I don't know. Paul Heyman still had them around his neck. All right, moving on. It was the Women's Tag Team Championships next, where can they coexist versus can these two continue to coexist? It was Roxanne Perez and Raquel Rodriguez taking on the makeshift duo of Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss. They're not friends. But during the match, it was very key to see how well they worked together as a tag team. For the most part, it was Alexa Bliss nearly going, basically mixing it up with Roxanne Perez. The key thing here, though, was quick tags between Raquel and Roxanne, isolating most of the time Charlotte Flair particularly. And then Alexa Bliss got in for the hot tag for a moment, and she was basically on the blunt end. Judgment Day controlled most of this match, isolating respectively one of the opponents, even controlling the height versus height physical dynamic and the little person dynamic at times as well. Roxanne definitely put the most work into this match, as I expected, looking to get that win back on Charlotte Flair. One of the biggest moments here was Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss looking for a double team, and Bliss knocked Charlotte Flair the fuck out with a right hand. In shock, Roxanne Perez and Raquel disposed of her. They immediately went for a double team, set her up for the Chocola Bomb and Pop Rocks, and the Judgment Day nearly won as Alexa Bliss was able to come back in for the save. Following that, Alexa Bliss was able to bounce back as Roxanne was a bit shocked, and so was Raquel. In that moment of uncertainty, they were able to capitalize. Alexa Bliss was able to counter Roxanne, almost set her up for Sister Abigail, as Charlotte Flair loomed in the background and big booted Raquel out of the ring. And one Sister Abigail later, damn it, ladies and gentlemen, we have new WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss freaking did it. And Judgment Day lost the tag team titles, Cry Me a River if you choose, as Roxanne was the one that ate the fall. Bliss pinned Roxanne. So we got new WWE Tag Team Champions. Strange bedfella, since Team Hell No worked here. Even after the match, Charlotte Flair was like, you jacked my job. Alexa was like, I know, but you'll be fine. So whether or not they're friends, they are now the new WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. JJ, what do you think of that?
I called it.
I hate you.
You can hate me all you want, bruv, but I called that shit. Just something about, and look, everybody fucking knows how much I loathe Charlotte Flair.
Oh, yeah, think?
But something about her taking a step to the tag team division and still being in championship matches, you know, WWE doesn't seem to know what the fuck to do with her if she's not in the title picture. But at least it's the tag titles. At least she's taking a step back. At least she's not the main event getting one of the world titles.
I give you that.
Whoever beats Charlotte and Alexa is going to seriously make themselves. And that's what I look forward to out of this. Because Alexa, multi-time tag champion, no slouch.
Now 4-time.
Charlotte, I believe, has been tag champion at least once before.
With Asuka, she's now 2-time.
And what, 14-time women's champion?
Correct.
Alexa is what, like a 3 or a 4-time women's champion?
6, actually. They share 20 world championships together.
So, yeah, whoever dethrones these two is going to make a serious name for themselves. And that's what I look forward to by them being champions. Because it'll set up the Alexa Charlotte feud, probably going into WrestleMania, and you're going to make a fucking superstar because they're going to beat Charlotte Flair.
Well, At the end of the day, I do feel bad, though, for Roxanne Perez, who's been looking for that comeuppance against Charlotte Flair since the Royal Rumble. Ads, what do you think about this dynamic of Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair able to coexist enough, even with one really bad miscommunication, still coming up with the win in the end? And do you think Raquel and Roxanne immediately cash in on the rematch clause? Let's keep this in mind, JJ. They also lost the tag titles at WrestleMania and got them back literally on Monday Night Raw. But Ash, what do you think?
It's an interesting tag dynamic for Alexa and Charlotte. It also, I like how it's like it gives Charlotte something to do. Yeah, it's a title picture, but at least it's not the main one. And I'm looking for, it's interesting to see how this plays out on Monday Night Raw, especially with the Judgment Day, because it's built to like more Judgment Day tension, especially like as like before like Liv comes back. And I like the way like how Raquel is working like a power wrestler now, because that fits her style so much better.
Oh yeah.
Like you're a big girl. You can work like one. You don't have to do these crazy flips, because not everyone needs to freaking flip.
But
You're
Charlotte
a
Flair-
power girl. Use
Preach.
your strength and muscle.
Preach.
Ram bitches, boot their asses, lift them
That's
up,
what she did.
and make them like freaking flat like pancakes.
That's all
what
she
you
did.
need to do. And she's finally doing it.
That all my
That's what
sister
made you an
testified.
NXT champion in the first place, bitch.
Preach.
Amen. Freaking preach the gospel of what a big powerhouse woman should be. Hallelujah. Continue. Do you feel rectify, my sister? Good grief.
Absolutely.
Yes. She went to
Do
church.
what you're doing, Raquel, and keep doing it. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk on big women.
Tune in next Sunday when she talks about GCW. All right, that's fair enough. Nick, do you think Raquel and Roxanne maybe confront them on Friday Night SmackDown, since they're SmackDown superstars? Do we get the rematch on Monday Night Raw, since we do have the tag titles? Could this even be run back at Clash in Paris, or do we finally move away, Roxanne and Raquel, from the tag title dynamic for now? What do you think of this result?
I'm indifferent, because now what's the story, right? Because if Liv came back, Liv's coming back. If they still had the titles, I think the story plays out better, because then Liv comes back, takes her title, and it just causes more tension. If they get the rematch and they win, well, that's not Liv's title anymore. That's Roxanne's title. So she can't come back and claim it as hers. Right? So I don't know. I don't think they should have won. But regardless, is there a tag division? What other tag teams are there in this division?
The Secret Herbis.
Yay.
Fatal Influence.
Yay.
The Elegance brand. The Inspiration.
Yeah, inspiration. Anyway,
Freaking flip on no, oh my god.
but I'm fine.
We know how much he loves Ash by Elegance.
Don't you bring that fucking bitch up.
That should be your Halloween costume. Come on to the show and pull off Ash by Elegance. You're already got the Ash part.
True, but I already had something in mind for the Halloween episode that's going to be quite timeless.
Oh.
Oh Lord. Oh no.
Oh
no.
do I have something planned for next week's Shenanigans?
Oh Jesus.
Scared now.
JJ.
No Abdullah Kobayashi. We don't need that.
No. Getting back on topic. The lack of tag teams. Continue.
Yeah, no, the women's tag teams are irrelevant. So I mean, realistically, even if they wanted, who is taking the belts off of them? What tag team is there that will take them off of Charlotte and Alexa? There is none. Your
If
best
not-
bet would have
Well,
been.
see, to your point, Nick, I think that's the great part about having Charlotte and Alexa as champions, because it gives you an opportunity to actually build the division.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
I agree with you.
There's
on the surface right now, there's no division.
no, there's not. But there's not
But
even
by
one
having Charlotte and Alexa as the champions, Charlotte being Charlotte can come out there and be like, we're never losing these because there's nobody on our level to challenge us.
Exactly.
And that's going to make women come together, form teams, try to build a reputation so that they can be the ones to dethrone Charlotte fucking Flair.
Selena and Meacham, for example. I mean, think about that
Mhm.
TNA history. That's a team I wouldn't mind seeing. I think that'd be an interesting dynamic.
BFAB and Meechin.
Yeah, there's that too. Stephanie Valkyrie, Rhea Ripley, or Io Sky.
Rhea and Io.
But those
Yeah,
are
I mean,
but those are singles wrestlers. They're
And Charlotte and
single
Bliss
wrestlers.
aren't?
No, but that's my point. Like, there's nothing. There's your best tag team got released and are now free agents, which is
No.
Kaden Carter and Katana Chance.
Yeah, that's fair. Casey
The
Stewart.
Road Dogg, Jesse James, and Badass Billy Gunn were the Roadie and Rockabilly before they were thrown together, become the New Age Outlaws. Arguably one of the greatest tag teams of the Attitude Era.
Yep.
But those are
Two singles wrestlers that were thrown together to be a tag team because they had jack shit else to do with them.
Yep.
Became one of the most influential tag teams of the Attitude Era.
Team
It
Hell
can
No.
be done again with the women.
Exactly.
But do you trust WWE to do that?
I trust Paul Levesque. If this was the Vince McMahon regime, I would not trust. I
know
think
what?
Triple H has been trying to hard reset a lot of his divisions. Look what he's done with the men's tag teams.
Mm-hmm.
Raw still needs work, but SmackDown is thriving. That's why we have a 6-team TLC match tomorrow.
That is gonna bang and slap and do all kinds of shit.
Accurate ass.
And to comment on Safet's post, no TNA talent is going after any main card title.
Never say never.
Well, they have their own women's tag team championships. Why would they want to go after?
Never say never.
Enough said. All right, let's not beat around the bush here. And again, if it's not, but I will say this in closing: if it's not the Iconics or the Secret Harvest, I don't give a fuck. All right. Anyway, congratulations to Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss. Let's see what happens with the women's tag team division.
Because let's not forget that the women's tag titles are one of the only titles that can travel brands.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are no more NXT Women's Tag Team Championships.
Still piss me off.
So Alexa and Charlotte could go back to NXT to defend the titles, and NXT is where the TNA partnership really resides. So by them coming down to NXT, you could get the inspiration, the Elegance brand, some of those other teams versus Alexa Bliss and Charlotte.
Staruka, give it to them. All right, moving on. That was enough of the talk about women's tag team wrestling and lack thereof in WWE before you piss me off.
Yeah. And to Nick's point, while I agree that what he's saying is highly unlikely in all likelihood as far as TNA teams winning a main roster title, ever since the whole Vince McMahon leaving the WWE, you can really never say never, because we all sat here, whether you like Vince, you hate Vince, that's irrelevant. None of us thought Vince McMahon would leave WWE by any way other than death. He would have to die to no longer be part of WWE. And Vince, we are literally living in a WWE universe where Vince McMahon is not in control and he's still alive. So you can truly never say never. We saw Joe fucking Hendry wrestle at WrestleMania.
Yep.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
What's your graphic?
I believe in Joe Hendry.
All right, enough of that. Freaking hell. She said his name. And someone took out the graphic. I'm going to freaking...
I didn't. That's why I think we usually do the video on Shenanigans, because the video's in there.
Okay, there's too many videos. Someone needs to clean up this crap. All right, let's...
Fair enough.
Talent on WWE program. Don't they have women tag teams that they can call up and challenge as well?
Where?
Evolve. She said Evolve.
Oh no, didn't AAA women.
Oh, AAA.
Possibly.
There's that one team that did face Lola Vice instead of Valkyrie, to your point. I mean, that's very possible. So, fair enough. Ash, I did see your hand, by the way, earlier. Was there something else you want to add before we move on to our next match?
Oh, that's what I wanted to add. That's why I put my hand up.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I'm glad you got that in. To JJ's point, never say never. And as far as my outlook, women's tag team wrestling in WWE still doesn't feel like it fully matters to me. Make me believe, Triple H. Make me believe. All right. And no, I still don't believe in Chase U, but I do believe in Joe Hendry. Moving on. Singles grudge match. Sami Zayn carrying Cross.
This match pissed me off.
I mean,
I haven't watched it yet, but it pissed me off, the result.
I mean, yeah. Let's just call it a space. Let's not even be around the bush with this. The audience. Okay.
It was a match and things happened.
Karrion Kross lost, folks. Bottom line, Sami Zayn had an option at one point to literally use the pipe. He threw it down, got booed out of the building by MetLife Stadium, and one exploder, Haluva kick later, Sami Zayn beat Karrion Kross. The end. And he says this as he leaves.
Bullshit.
Now, everyone thinks about this. I want you to go grab a snack. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Stay tuned.
What's that for?
Intermission. Okay, so yeah, moving on. No one else is saying further thoughts. Okay, let's just be serious here. What the fuck does Karrion Kross need to fucking do to be given the slightest bone iota shit heard about in WWE? Big ups, for Christ's sake.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit?
Okay, that actually might be more accurate than my rant.
I love that kid. I'm glad we've got him back in the videos.
They'll start caring about Karrion Kross when Karrion Kross is out the door.
I mean, who knows what the future is for Karrion Kross at this point? Like, seriously. And also, Walter, apparently I woke him up. Uh-oh. I'm going to sleep and still pissed off about Kross. Fucking dead of me. Okay, good night for real. He had to get that. If you guys were at the watch-along, bruh, I never saw Walter more just absolutely demolish in mood ever in watch along history. It was insane.
I might have woken up a little bit because I sent the graphics for the JCW show in the graphic chat, and the constant capeen might have woken him up.
So you might not have had it set for do not disturb mode.
No, he usually doesn't. When we'll be on the call and you'll hear capeen in your headset, and it's like, bro, come on.
You know, Mr. General Manager? Okay.
Love you though, Walter. Get your rest, bro.
And again, folks, subscribe.
Because that shit starts at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow for our pre-show. 9 a.m. is the actual show time.
Okay, bro.
Noon Eastern, so.
Yeah, get some rest. Now, Nick summed it up in one word. You talked about how this pissed you off. Ash, any further thoughts?
This was one of the few matches where I was watching and I didn't really care for. Not because I don't like both people involved. It's just that they didn't give me anything to get involved. They're like, make me excited for it. So it's just like, it's just one of those points where it's just like, if you don't care about this, why should I? And I'm not one of those people who be like, oh, every match needs a story. But no, it's just give me a reason to care about it. And I didn't find one.
Yeah.
Which is really sad because I like Sami Zayn. I just don't know what they're doing with him right now. It's much like people don't know what they're doing with Cross right now. So you got two people with no direction in a match. And it's just like, what am I working with here? What am I watching? What's the purpose? What's the reason? Why should I care?
And it's unfortunate. And it's unfortunate because Cross is doing some great work trying to get over by himself.
Yeah.
He is working the crowd. The crowd wants him, but they don't care. They don't care. It feels like the olden days when you got over by yourself with Vince. He is not gonna push you. Feel like he's doing the Zack Ryder.
Damn.
But it's true though.
You're not wrong on that.
Yeah,
We all saw what happened with Zach, sadly, and I'm just like, ooh, yikes! That's.
I'm going to leave that lay as the deathmatch king, the complete Matt Cardona is only the independent scene, and we'll leave that alone. All right.
Did you say Zack Ryder or Sack Ryder?
Sack Ryder.
Okay.
Yeah, Sack Ryder.
For those of you that know, you know.
Yeah.
Because Effie does radio silence, the old Rough Rider, but he calls it the Sack Rider.
Yeah. He did it a couple times. These last 3 days.
It's one of his big finishes, so yeah.
Emphasis on finish.
And
yeah.
Do you guys remember when Karrion was in NXT with Scarlett?
Yeah.
With his whole entrance.
Yeah, the Mystique.
Oh God, are you quoting the promo? You quoting the promo, Nick?
No, but like he had that thing about him. You know what? Yeah, if Adam Cole said it right, all you are a gimmick, or all you are is an entrance. Yeah, WWE will care about him when he's in the arms of either New Japan or even AEW. That's what they'll start caring.
Where does Cross fit in New Japan, by the way? Because they're so faction heavy.
Well, yeah, I'm about to say, well, I mean, unaffiliated is Wolves can obviously say Japon, but again, whole different conversation. And again, he did take on Minoru Suzuki, but Minoru Suzuki called him a fucking young boy. And Minoru Suzuki right now is a champion in freaking All Japan Pro Wrestling. So there you go.
Cross should go to DDT.
Yeah, well, you know what? That actually be pretty cool. Him versus Kanosuke. Killer Cross versus Kanosuke. All right, let's move on. Bottom line, Karrion Cross. What the fuck? Okay, moving on from there. Our fourth match was another one that some people here were watching in anticipation of. Is it time to shine, or is Tippy time still worldwide and live? I think you know the answer. It was Tiffany Stratton versus Jade Cargill for the WWE Undisputed Women's Championship. A respectable bout started mutually with Jade Cargill and Tiffany Stratton. And what really was interesting here, it was more of a test of strength. Jade, of course, showing off her power and dominance throughout, but got a little bit too full of herself, and Tiffany Stratton made her pay a couple of times. At one point, Tiffany Stratton was able to literally hoist up Jade Cargill into the cartwheel Alabama slammer setup. Didn't get quite the full torque because of Jade's range and height, but did hit the prettiest moonsault ever, straight up into Jade's boots. Jade then hit Tiffany Stratton, and Jade shoots the half closer to the ropes, loses her grip on one leg, and Tiffany Stratton, by some grace, some would say, found the way to the rope break, and Jade Cargill absolutely unraveled to the point of no return. Desperate means she was looking for an avalanche Jaded, and Tiffany Stratton was able to counter with a beautiful Rana takeover, set her up for the prettiest moonsault ever, clean as a whistle in the ring. Tiffany Stratton beat that bitch and is still the WWE Undisputed Women's Champion. Now, whether or not this was Jade Cargill's strongest presentation to date, or she still has time to grow and improve, whether or not you folks think that this maybe should have gotten dirty, where again, it was more about face versus face, you're really looking at it, tell the tape here, or whether or not you think that Jade Cargill should have had her moment. The bottom line, Tiffany Stratton beat Jade clean as a whistle in the middle of the ring in Jade's first chance for a world championship. Tiffany Stratton is still WWE Undisputed Women's Champion. JJ, what do you think about this result?
Well, while I'm sad that my girl did not win the title, I did predict it. I did pick Tiffany Stratton.
As I did.
So, as far as the poll goes, I'm happy because I got it right.
I got the point.
At this point, the only one that I got wrong is Karrion Kross. At this point, I'm 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
So that definitely made me smile. But I'm sad that Jade didn't win. And Emmanuel's saying she botched the finish. Did she? I haven't seen the match yet.
I think that was just poor positioning because, again, she hit the Jade, but she shot the half towards the ropes and she lost the grip of the left leg, and Tiffany Stratton found a way to the rope break. Referee caught it. At the end of the day, I think Jade got a little bit nervous because it was the first time in this spotlight for her. Keep that in mind, folks. First time in this spotlight. First chance at a singles championship, singles world championship. I thought she held it herself pretty well, but yeah, there was definitely moments here where it looked like Jade wasn't quite fully executing things fully. You say the same thing about Tiffany, though, but I think that comes down to Jade and her range, especially after she got her freaking face kicked off of that boot in the very going. Good Lord. Anyway.
You gotta wonder how much of it is did she botch and how much of it was the story they were trying to tell of the match.
Exactly.
So, I mean, you gotta look at certain things. You can tell when it's a botch. And maybe they're trying to work Jade's greenness, for lack of a better term, into some of the storytelling of the matches to make it look like she's botching, but it's all part of the story. Use it to their advantage instead of trying to expose it as a weakness.
Yeah. Again, there's definitely a spot here where both Jade and Tiffany struggled with one another, but I still thought the match was okay, and I called the result right down the middle. Again. Ash, what do you think about this match and Tiffany Stratton's run currently still as WWE Undisputed Women's Champion?
I liked this match. This was good. It showed there was a good showcase for both of them. It showed the strength and power of Jade Cargill, because my God, I always love me some big, strong women.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah. Jade is one of them.
I did crazy chicks, so there you go. We got our fixes. Continue.
And Tiffany's gymnastics background really showed in this match as well, because both of them played up to their strengths, and it made for a solid match. And I didn't think the finish was botched at all. I thought it went as well as it was supposed to go. I'm surprised Tiffany retained, because I thought Jade was going to win, but at the same time, you can make the argument that it might be a little too soon for Jade, and she's still got some stuff to work out.
That was my thinking. That's why I picked Tiffany to retain. It was her first, folks, for Pete's sake. Dadgum.
It's possible that she could win it at WrestleMania. They're probably going to be building her up for a Mania win.
And possibly a Royal Rumble win.
And see, I've been saying that for a minute, and have Naomi hold on to the title, have Jade win the Rumble, and then go after Naomi.
Yeah.
And get her ultimate revenge by taking the title off of Naomi.
Yeah, because keep in mind, Naomi's the champion of Raw. This is for the SmackDown Women's Championship. Naomi was a non-factor. Bianca Belair didn't show up at all. It was strictly these two out of respect. Tiffany wanted Jade at 100%. She got that, and she beat that bitch clean as a whistle in the middle of the ring. Period. Nick, anything you want to add regarding this?
Are you good, buddy? You look like you're ready to go to bed, too.
No,
Yeah,
I'm good.
seriously.
Jade's a loser.
Watch what you say, bro.
Clarify. What do you mean by that?
Like, she lost.
Oh,
lost
that's
clean.
what you mean. Okay.
She lost clean
Okay.
in the center of the ring.
Okay, you're good, because sounded like you were being like one of those little I'm mad she's not with my company no more type shit. I know. I'm just saying it came across that way. I'm just saying it came across that way. I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying it came across that way.
Oh no, hell no. No,
We're good.
she lost clean as a whistle.
Yeah.
Like how do you I think and I talk about this with AEW and the world title scene. It's all about natural progression. If we run this, if we rewind the clock, she should have won the championship. If you knew that Naomi was going to win the briefcase at Money in the Bank, you should have had Jade win the title and then she get cashed on by Naomi. And then you kind of you take what you guys were saying about the it's because it's all about the chase, right? Once Jade gets that title, where does she go from there? So at least you at least could have extended that chase longer by her winning it. Didn't she fight for it? Didn't she fight for it before this? No, she hasn't, right? Because she won. She won Queen of the Ring. She won Queen of the Ring. She could. I don't know. You could have done something to where she won the championship earlier and then get cashed on by Naomi. That would have set up the entire chase going from now till next WrestleMania. Like you guys were saying, have her win the Rumble, and then call her shot there, right? But yeah, I don't like her. And then especially the fact that Bianca wasn't any factor. And I get it. You guys were talking about separate brands, but let's be real. WWE doesn't even follow their own brand split. So to me, there is no brand split. So Naomi could have showed up or Bianca could have showed up and cost her, right? Just her losing clean doesn't feel right.
I get where you're coming from, because you're concerned about how do they recover Jade after this clean loss, yes?
Yeah, it's like
okay. That's fair, especially because if you're a bitch, you would think that you would do anything it takes. JJ, I see your hand up. What do you want to add regarding what Nick had to say?
He's gonna say Nick's all wrong.
No, because while I am going to counter you on a couple of your points, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But here's why I think they went the way they did. Okay. Number one, the Queen of the Ring winner gets the shot at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you're going to do 2 cash-ins the exact same way on the exact same night.
Spoiler alert for the main event, folks.
No, because then you could have.
Yes, you are. Because if you think about it, Jade and Naomi have the same rivalry and heat that Seth and Punk do.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going to let Punk and Jade win their respective titles just to have the briefcase holders come in and cash in and take it right off of them on the same night at the same show?
Well, no, because you could have done something to where Jade turns around and says, "You know what? It's the same thing I was saying about Swerve when Swerve won his shot at the World Championship. I think it was at Dynasty against Mox, or who did he win his shot against that to get him the championship match at Dynasty?
Oh, Swerve Strickland, you're talking about when he get to face Samoa Joe?
No, when did this? Okay, so Swerve challenged Mox at Dynasty, correct?
Yeah, after you won a number 1 contenders match against Ricochet at Double or Nothing.
Correct.
So there you go. So I can say the same thing where I said about that. I said when that happened, I said if I'm Swerve, I would have turned around and said, I ain't waiting till Dynasty. Fuck that. Give me my shot right now. So Jay could have done the same thing about the Queen of the Ring. Said, you know what? I ain't waiting. I'm that bitch. I ain't waiting till SummerSlam.
He's looking more at the character dynamic
And I get that, but SummerSlam is the summer WrestleMania. Jade is a character with enough of an ego that she wants to win on that grand stage. So there's that. And then as far as the Naomi side of things, and again, brand split, LOL, I totally get that.
Oh, yeah.
But Naomi is the biggest chicken shit in the world because she cashed in her briefcase on the show that Jade isn't on after Jade's already whooped her ass twice. So she still got to become champion, but she's champion on the brand that doesn't have Jade.
Exactly.
But the winner of the Rumble can challenge for any championship. It's the Benoit rule. So that's how we get them back together, is now you go through the chase, but Jade, unless she gets drafted, if and when we do a draft, unless she gets drafted, she's on the opposite brand of Naomi.
But okay.
So you build her up by maybe by kind of doing a legend killer-esque gimmick with her.
Yeah.
And you have her start running through the Alexa Blisses, the Charlotte Flairs, the Chelsea Greens, the Meechens, Mia Yim, the women that have these established names, and you let Jade start knocking them off.
But now, do you want your newly crowned? Now you just mentioned Charlotte and Alexa. Do you want your newly crowned tag team champions to take L's?
If it's singles action, then it's not a huge deal. And there can always be shenanigans. Bianca's going to come back at some point. I agree that the fact that she didn't come here tonight, little sus. I thought she was going to get involved, revealed that she was behind the attack as well, set up the program for the rest of the year. But Bianca's another name that Jade can knock off. Yeah, I think there's enough established names, even if you take Alexa and Charlotte out of the picture, with Bayley, with, like I said, the names I already listed off, Mia Yim, Chelsea Green. There's enough established names that if she starts running through some of these people, that's how you start building her back up.
If nothing else, I think this just adds to the fact that Jade Cargill is going to go full-on bitch mode against this division. She lost clean to Tiffany Stratton, and she's probably going to be pissed off about it. Is she going to blame herself, or does she still think she's better than Tiffany Stratton and this women's division? I think there's everything possible here that this invigorates Jade's character to evolve, and eventually that might lead her to a championship. So we'll see what happens. Either way, I'm going to start doing this from now on because I think this helps people. Folks, Tiffany Stratton is still the WWE Women's Champion. Clean as a whistle in the ring. Prettiest moonsault ever. All right. Moving on from there, they give a little tribute to...
Before we move on, I want to correct myself about the number one contenders match, about Ricochet versus Swerve. I thought that happened at Double or Nothing. I'm getting my AEW pay-per-views mixed up. It's Revolution.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. I was going to correct you on that too because I am all late up for life, but I didn't want to.
Even I was a little confused. I was like, "Isn't Double or Nothing usually after Dynasty?" But I wasn't going to call you out on it because I make simple mistakes like that myself, and I hate when it gets called out on stuff like that. So
I just felt like there would have been more meat on the bone if Naomi took it from Jade and continued that story.
Well,
I disagree though. I disagree though because they would have been on the same brand.
Exactly.
I think there's more meat on the bone by the way Naomi did it because now it's how is Jade going to get back to Naomi?
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. All right, let's move on. We talked enough about this. Again, so Tiffany Stratton, congratulations. Jade Cargill, oh well. Naomi, see if she actually loses tomorrow in her first defense. Now that would make her a third wheel. All right, semi-main, before we get there, they gave a tribute to Hulk Hogan, brother. You know what? Fine. Pause.
Another
JJ, They gave a nice tribute to Hulk Hogan, talking about the legacy he left in WWE. Of course, major name in SummerSlam history. Briefly, is there anything you want to say about the Hulkster and his legacy on the business since you weren't here last week?
Okay. I've been thinking about this all week after him passing, doing the spaces, which, as the people underneath me know, got very, very toxic.
Oh dear.
Big time.
After watching Shenanigans from last week and seeing the way you guys all very elegantly handled things, shout out to you for the way that you anchored that, and shout out to these fine folks and the rest of the panel for the way they handled it, whether they like Hogan or they don't like Hogan. Everybody knows that I was never a Hulkamaniac. I've never really been a Hogan guy. That's my cohort in the dads wearing our NWO style shirt, my little tribute.
Damn.
I was the Piper guy. That's why my Renegade shirt is in the Piper font. So Hogan passing, I made a very simple post on my X account when it happened. I'll kind of echo those sentiments here, and then I'll go a little bit further. You know, regardless of how you feel about him, a wife lost her husband, children lost their father, and that's what matters right now. And we'll give them their opportunity to grieve and mourn, regardless of how we feel personally, professionally, whatever. Then I start watching some of the podcasts like I do. Maybe it was a good idea, maybe it was a bad idea. That's still irrelevant. Jury's still out on that, deliberating. But I heard Ash echo a sentiment that, believe it or not, was kind of, I originally heard Vince Russo say.
I'm sorry,
Vince
what?
Russo, you heard me.
Okay.
You heard me. I know Vince Russo's another one who is very polarizing.
Bro.
And that a lot of people don't really enjoy the taste of the stuff that he says and his takes.
Yeah, Frank.
But Ash, you made a comment about Hulk Hogan being able to differentiate Terry from Hulk and Hulk and Terry because he had kind of lost the line there.
Yeah, the idea of how it's hard for people to separate the character from the person
the
playing
gimmick.
the character because the
When-
person doing so had issues himself.
And this is the point that I heard Vince Russo kind of make. This is where you have something in common with what he said, because he made a very similar statement. And you got to think about, he said for 50 years, which I think there's a little bit of inaccuracy there. But even if we go to around WrestleMania 3, 87, because I know Hulkamania was running wild before then, but that's really when WWE kind of got into that upper echelon with the 93,000 or whatever the actual tickets were for that show. But even if you just start from there until the time of Terry's passing, Terry couldn't go to the grocery store and just be Terry. If anybody saw him, he was Hulk. They knew him from television. He couldn't go to his kids' soccer games or softball games or baseball games and just be Terry. He had to be Hulk because somebody's going to recognize him. He's that visible of a public figure. So how much can you really blame him for not being able to separate when he was such an iconic, visible person that he couldn't separate it. And I think that's something we take for granted from all of our celebrities, is that once they get out of the recording studio, once the director yells cut, once they get back behind that curtain, they're not that person anymore. Even the ones that wrestle under their real name, like John Cena or Randy Orton, the version we see of them in front of the camera is a turned up version of the real person. And Russo was talking about how he really kind of pitied Hulk. And it sounds fucked up, but if you really think about it, Hulk was never allowed to just be Terry. Because of his visibility, everybody wanted the Hulk Hogan experience. So that's kind of, the point that you made that I found interesting, because it kind of coincided to a degree with what he was saying there. I just wanted to touch on that one. The last part I'm going to say, I'm going to preface by saying the views and opinions that are about to come out of the mouth of the Renegade Wrestling J.J. Williams are solely his opinions and do not reflect anybody else on the Simply Reliable Studios team. As far as the comments that he made that turned quite a few people off of him to him, and those people are primarily the ones who were celebrating his passing. First of all, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Secondly, we have all, I don't know each of you personally. I've never physically met you guys, but I am willing to bet that at some point in time, even in jest, we have all made a racially insensitive comment behind closed doors to our friends. The difference is that Hulk was unknowingly being recorded and is a famous enough person that when it got leaked, it ruined him for a time. And none of us are famous enough to where it would destroy us the way it did him. But if we ever did do something like that, and it was recorded and it was leaked, you can damn sure bet we'd be fired from our jobs. Like he was fired and removed from the Hall of Fame. And I just want everybody out there who is criticizing to really think about it, because I am willing to bet that every single one of you, whether it's a joking stereotype, about how certain races maybe can't drive because of who they are, we have all done it. Again, whether we're being 100% serious when we say it, or whether we're with our buddies drinking and just fucking around. If you can honestly search your soul and say you have never done it, fine. And for us white folk, I'm even talking about y'all uttering the terms cracker, honky, redneck. Those are technically racially insensitive terms towards us. So if you've ever used one of those, you're just as guilty. Doesn't have to be the N-word. Doesn't have to be any of the other racial slurs that are out there. I'm not going to sit here and rattle them off because I don't want to get booted off the air. Y'all know what they are. Google is your friend if you don't. Look them up. But every single one of us is guilty. So again, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Rest in peace, Terry Bollea. My heart goes out to his wife and kids and grandkids. Even though I was not a big Hulkamaniac, I recognize what he did for the landscape of professional wrestling, sports entertainment, and the business that we love as a whole. Professional wrestling does not exist in its current form without Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan. When Aaron did his tribute on No DQ that day when the announcement came out, I said, we don't get Roddy Piper and They Live, Steve Austin and the Condemned, MJF and Happy Gilmore 2, John Cena in Suicide Squad without Hulk Hogan and Rocky 3. Period. We don't get John Cena's You Can't See Me, Fozzy, the Luchagors fronted by Lita, Randy Savage's Be a Man album without Hulk Hogan and the Wrestling Boot Band. As good or bad as it is, that's a whole other argument. But we don't get those things without the baby steps, without Hulk Hogan kicking down the doors. Hulk Hogan and Mr. T being on SNL the night before WrestleMania, we don't get The Rock hosting SNL. We don't get Cena on SNL. Hulk Hogan opened doors so that the rest of our favorites could come right behind him. He was a trailblazer, and he needs to be respected as such. And I will get off my soapbox now.
Mic drop.
Brother.
Very well said.
I appreciate the mic drop and the brother to help lighten it up because, like I said, I've been really thinking about what I wanted to say for a week, and I hope y'all can feel the passion in what I just said.
Very well said. Very well said.
Thank you.
Respect. All right. I'm glad you were able to finally get that done because I know that this has been something we wanted to finally get across here.
Something!
There we go. Speaking of something, speaking of passion, speaking of transcending mainstream professional wrestling business, whether you belong or not is a whole different statement and opinion. Let's go ahead and talk about what was the semi-main, which actually was Jelly Roll Randy Orton versus Logan Paul and Drew McIntyre. As Jelly Roll, of course, ushered in the Viper. Don't worry, we're going to keep this brief and simple as possible.
This is where my predictions turned to shit, was from here.
You and me both, brother.
I was 3-1 up to this point, and then I ended up I think going like 3-4 because of the bonus point by the end of this.
Damn it. Okay. Now we're
because I had the baby faces here, I had Gunther, I said no, and I fucked up on all those things. So
you and me both. All right, let's go ahead and brief about the speed. God, freaking bless it. Okay. Jelly Roll, Randy Orton, Drew McIntyre, Logan Paul immediately started with Logan Paul instigating Jelly Roll with a cheap shot from behind. Jelly Roll's pride would not take that. He immediately wanted to go after Jelly Roll, and he did. Couple of moments, he took down the Maverick. Logan Paul was in shot. Then Logan Paul was able to take Jelly Roll down with one stiff shot. Eventually, Drew McIntyre, though, was coming in, and Drew McIntyre did not want Jelly Roll, but Jelly Roll wanted to prove a point to the Viper and anybody who's a fan of this business as long as Jelly Roll has been. to the point that he actually hung with Drew McIntyre and got a stiff right hand thrown against him. And then Drew dropped him with a Glasgow kiss, and Jolly Roll was on the blunt of punishment for 90% of this match before finally Randy Orton was tagged, and we got Vintage Orton power slam, Dreaming DDT, was looking, of course, for the RKO, and of course, Maverick Logan Paul prevented that from happening. All hell broke loose as all four men were on the outside of the ring, taking out each other, but things really escalated when Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul isolated Jelly Roll, placed him on the announce table, and with 2 pries in his hands, oh hell yeah, freaking Logan Paul's sword off the ring post and crashed through Jelly Roll through the announce table. So much so that we had literally staff support, his wife there at ringside watching on. He was being literally hoisted, escorted out of the ringside area as Randy Orton was on a blunt 2-on-1 handicap beatdown. But Jelly Roll refused to stay away. He went back up on the apron, got back in the match. The crowd willing him on. Randy Orton did make the tag. There was glimmers of hope, it felt like, after a beautiful choke slam, even boss man slam. But then reality set in. And unfortunately, Drew McIntyre hit Jelly Roll again with a Claymore, while Randy Orton hit Drew McIntyre with an RKO out of nowhere. The 2 legal men were Jelly Roll and Logan Paul. Logan Paul capitalized with the split leg frog splash out of the corner, and Logan Paul pinned Jelly Roll to get the win for him and Drew McIntyre. Fuck me. JJ, what do you got to say regarding this? Damn it.
What you just said, damn it.
Damn it.
Like, after the Bloodsport show ended, I watched a little bit of the kickoff on YouTube for WWE before I had to clock in. And I saw the first part of the sit-down interview with Jelly Roll. And while I know of Jelly Roll, I've never really followed him, never really listened to his music, don't really know his story. But just listening to the first part of that interview really kind of sold me on the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I really wanted him and Randy to win. But I don't know. There's part of me that really isn't surprised. Because on the other side of things, you've got Drew McIntyre and you got Logan Paul. And Logan, whether you like him, whether you don't like him, always seems to find a way to pull it out.
Damn it.
At least Jelly Roll ate the pinfall protecting Randy. But I don't know. I'll have to see how I feel after I watch the match, because that's what I'm going to do tomorrow before we kick off night 2 is I'm going to watch night 1. So.
Damn it!
I know.
I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right, let's go ahead and get the thoughts of the bottom row here. Ash, what the fuck?
So, this is one of those matches on the card where I didn't really care about because I don't care about the celebrity involved.
Which celebrity?
Sorry. The only person I cared about in this match is Drew McIntyre. So to me, this was like, okay, this is a match that involves a celebrity. Cool. I will say this: Jelly Roll did actually he did fine. He's not the worst, but he's not the best celebrity I've seen.
No.
He did well for himself. I will put it that.
Yeah, now again, not anyone can be a W superstar. Not anyone can be a wrestler. Not anyone can actually go onto a match, let alone take that amount of punishment. So, mad respect to Gyro has been a lifelong passionate fan. Whether or not Logan Paul still believes he doesn't belong here, Whole different conversation by the impulsive, prime-driven bitch. Gyro's words. Nick, anything you want to add regarding this tag team match?
Meh. I think we're entering, maybe not now, but I would not be surprised if we're entering that era of Bad Bunny versus Jelly Roll at WrestleMania 43.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we're entering that realm where I don't remember who said it on
Omega.
a podcast.
It was Kenny Omega who said it.
It was Kenny Omega.
Freaking Kenny Omega.
I tend to agree with him when he said it. Yeah, I think he said what? We're entering the world of who did he say that they were? Mr. Beast versus some
Yeah.
insert celebrity here at WrestleMania, and I don't think he's really wrong.
Oh my god, that reminded me. Someone posted
Oh,
right after Omega said that. Someone posted, "This is going to be the WrestleMania card in the next 10 years." It was nothing but talking segments. I'm like, bruh. Okay, I know y'all are joking, but come on, man. Like that's a little too much. It is I say what you will. This is still a wrestling show, and I'm gonna say this right now, okay?
Go for it.
Just because WWE produces and books the show in a way you don't like doesn't mean it's not wrestling. God damn it, it's still wrestling.
It's the four-sided ring.
Preach, Ash.
Four-sided ring for a reason, folks. Just saying, it's not there for cosplay.
Preach, Ash.
All right. And that was Ash's second TED Talk. Stay tuned for the topic next week when we look at the square ring versus the six-sided ring. Okay. Well done. Emmanuel.
Ash is getting to the point where she may have to be the host, with these outbursts here.
I love this passion. Ash, I didn't know you had this in you, and I want more of it from now on, as I think everyone wants to attend your church. The next gospel by Ash.
Something told me she did have it in her. It just took a little bit of time to get comfortable with everyone to bring it out of her.
She can express herself.
I'm sorry. It's just like I know everyone has the right to their opinion, but that's one of the things that gets me so mad when people say WWE isn't wrestling. Like, yes, it is. Just because it's not done the way you like it doesn't mean it's not wrestling. It's just wrestling you don't like. There's other shit to watch if you don't like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to knock the alternative here. Okay, that I'm not starting to start some. I'm not trying to start some tribalistic shit. But if wrestling to you is fucking 35 super kicks and all kinds of crazy flippy finishing maneuvers that everyone kicks out of at 1 or 2, instead of leaving them be finishers, you can have that as your wrestling. I'd actually rather have wrestling that makes sense.
And wrestling is one of those things that doesn't have a definitive definition. It doesn't have a definitive thesaurus analysis. It doesn't have a one-way road. All right?
It's a buffet.
Exactly. And if you
the
can't find
sooner that people get that, the better. Professional wrestling is a buffet.
As simple as that. All right. And hopefully people will finally understand that. Otherwise, get the fuck out of the business. Manuel came up with thought, also been a member for 27 months. Do I get the point back, Noah, since you pursue me? No. And bottom line, I don't play that game, homie. If you picked what you picked, you ride or die. Simple as that. No handouts for anybody, including Team No DQ. All right. That being said, what do you call it? Sports entertainment. Professional wrestling, backyard wrestling, independent wrestling, juggalo wrestling, balls to the walls wrestling. Wrestling is everything you put in front of your screen that involves men or women kicking ass, kicking names, proverbially or physically, inside those tension ropes on your screen. Period. Now,
I also want to add, if you guys want to watch what you call real wrestling, watch college, watch university shit, watch the Olympics.
And there you go. Again, people argue that that's the only real form of wrestling. And again, that's how wrestling starts for anyone that truly believes they can wrestle. Hello, Cody Rhodes. But again, we're going way off topic here. Even
But
though
are we really?
not really considering
But
the
are
main
we
event.
really?
Well, the jury is out, but considering we've had a lot of great talk, and the main event of main events that I've seen a long damn time in WWE was a legit professional wrestling match in my fandom, pure opinion, damn it. Let's go ahead and fucking talk about it. Because the main event of night 1, and yes, they did run down night 2. Of course, we have all championships affairs in the TLC match. Here's the card graphic they gave us, as well as the TLC 6-way for the SmackDown Tag Team Championships. Of course, we'll be covering that. Here's Bubba Studios, me and Walter Cruz, and who knows who the hell else might join too. And whether or not there's a closer conversation depends if I have a voice and depends if I'm awake. Stay tuned. Let's go ahead and talk about the main event of the main event, shall we? At SummerSlam, it was the Ring General Gunther defending the WWE World Heavyweight Championship against the Second City Saint, CM Punk. Damn, what a fucking war. Good God and Lord. Okay. Well, straight up, obviously, the tail of the tape here, CM Punk, the seasoned veteran, tested in the game over 1,800 matches, as I said earlier, while the Ring General Gunther is still the younger tested veteran. Ain't that some crazy shit? Despite the fact he's been champion now 80% of his WWE career. It was a taxing physical war. One key element was as soon as Gunther hit that first shot and CM Punk realized who the hell he's in the ring with. And then we go from there. It became a technical affair. It became a strong style bout. It became a test of might and strength. Back and forth throughout the entire time, as you and I like it, Ash. And literally at one point, we saw both men's chests cut open from the Rages of War. CM Punk was very calculated attacking Gunther's arm, his dominant arm, not only for chops, but for the sleeper hold. But Gunther kept fighting back relentlessly. Not only that, controlling the crowd. This was equally cerebral as it was mentally and physically testing for both men. A critical moment that gave CM Punk favoritism here, besides his stubbornness, he kept on going back after Gunther, particularly the legs, countering the powerbomb at one point, even countering a throwback to SummerSlam 1992, the sharpshooter, into almost a full Boston crab. Both men were looking for that moment to literally embarrass the man at Legacy's expense. But things really broke down when CM Punk went for the first GTS, got caught in the sleeper hold, and was clotheslined from Austria for a near fall. Powerbombs galore, matchbook cover. CM Punk refused to die. And at this point, both men literally wagered all the stops, emptied out the entire reserve, including Anaconda Vice, dripping armbar, triangle hold. Things escalated, though, on the outside, though, when Gunther looked at his precious, says, I am the best in the world. You will never seize this. And basically thought he had CM Punk dead to rights. CM Punk was basically a dead carcass on the outside. One point, he threw CM Punk side first into the ring post. As Gunther took his stance on the Spanish announce table, already claiming that he was the winner prior before the fall, CM Punk swept his leg and literally Gunther crashed face first into the announce table and was busted open here. He couldn't believe it. I can't remember the last time I saw Walter shed red. That just tells you something right there. And it was like CM Punk, he smelled blood in the water. He became that apex predator in his own right, driven by any means to get what he believed he needed, not wanted. And he literally went after Gunther every way he could, from rising knee strikes to the bulldog to finally hitting an emphatic DTS. But Gunther was still on his feet, refusing to go down. CM Punk, though, refused to die, refused to believe, refused to buy in the hype that Gunther is the best in the world. As Gunther reluctantly, it seems like, fell on CM Punk's shoulders once again. A second emphatic GTS. And ladies and gentlemen, CM Punk became the new World Heavyweight Champion. Clean as a whistle in the ring, embracing the title, embracing the moment over a decade plus to get back to this spot. finally proven he arrived. He still got this. He truly is still the best in the world. It was CM Punk's night. The summer of Punk was back in 2025. Seth freaking Rollins arrived on the stage in crutches and a leg brace with the Oracle Paul Heyman holding the mic. I got your number. No, I'm watching, pal, and I will come after you. CM Punk, who was a literally broken, hobbled mess of success, has a little going off the air as Seth Rollins turned his back to Punk and was going backstage. Drops the crutches, turns around, takes the knee brace off, grabs the briefcase, runs down to the ring with Jessica Carr and bludgeons CM Punk with that Money in the Bank briefcase over and over again to the back of the fucking head and cashed in. And he hit CM Punk with one emphatic curb stomp. And ladies and gentlemen, absolute power found. Seth freaking Rollins is once again WWE World Heavyweight Champion and sticks it to CM Punk once again, fulfilling his continued promise, whether or not it was encouraged or planned by the Oracle Paul Heyman. CM Punk was screwed, as according to Michael Cohen, his dumbass scripted, believes Seth Rollins called off the rouge of the century too. And that's how SummerSlam went off the air for night one. Damn it! Again! I got fucking worked! What the fuck? Ah! God bless it! All right, let's go ahead and get y'all's thoughts. Ash, I will start with you. What did you feel about this match, CM Punk's moment, and the ultimate aftermath and our final shot?
Gunther versus CM Punk was one of the many things I love about pro wrestling. It was like all the yummy shit I love about pro wrestling rolled up into one. It was amazing. I loved it. So I'll say this: I don't do star ratings. So this is my rating scale. It goes from oh my god, this was fucking shit to oh my god, this was fucking amazing, and this was amazing.
Ash, to echo that, I'm the simple man that looks at all professional wrestling, but there's a certain phrase when a passion is exuded out of me, and I feel what I'm calling here with my fun wrestling family. I take a moment to breathe, and JJ's heard this maybe a few times, not just in AEW, but in WWE during our calls and moments, even when I gave him that 3 count one time, only time in my freaking commentary career. What's that phrase I use? Oh, yeah, that's right. It goes something like this. Professional wrestling! Damn it! Anyway, please continue.
I really love this match. It was so good. I was not expecting Gunther to get busted open like that. I'm like, okay, dude, you cut yourself a little too deep there, my boy.
You think?
But I love how it played into the finish of the match, though. That was beautifully well done. As for the cash in, I'm like, were you faking this whole time? Or was this injury legit and it wasn't as severe as we thought it was? Either way, every one of us got worked, whether it was like legit or not. Rollins cashing in, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I was not expecting Rollins to cash in this early, but here we are, and I'm looking forward to see where this goes. We're going to have a CM Punk chase after Rollins, but for how long? That's the question. And I'm just going to be along for the ride.
Yeah, no kidding. And CM Punk, how does he recover from this mental warfare? Because damn, not only did Seth Rollins continue to be the bane of his existence, he got screwed once again by his former best friend, Paul Heyman. I would argue right now that Seth Rollins is the most successful and notorious Money in the Bank holder and cash-in winner in WWE history now, twice over. He's done it bigger than anybody else.
He knows when to pick and choose his spots, that's for sure.
Yeah, right. WrestleMania and SummerSlam, dead gum. And the thing, 1 decade later after the catching of the century. Ain't that ironic?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was 10 years ago, 2015 at WrestleMania 31.
Very good, Ash. Nick, what you guys say regarding all of this? And Seth freaking Rollins now back on top with absolute power.
I hope it makes the TV week to week better. Not really much I can comment on just because I don't watch the product. So, I mean, for me, it's not something I watch. I just, for the sake of, the week to week TV and people watching it, hopefully they do this justice. It's just a matter of how do we get. I'm all about looking 5 steps ahead. The next big event after Survivor Series is Royal Rumble. That's being held in Saudi.
Correct.
You know that Sammy is a lock for it. Well, not a lock, but he's the favorite. So how do we get from here? I think Seth is holding on to it for a while. So how do we get from here now with Seth and CM Punk to interchange with Sammy, and Sammy wanting to win the Rumble in Saudi to go on to WrestleMania to win his first championship?
And to your point, that's the only thing Sami Zayn says he really has left to do in his career, while Karrion Kross is looking for his first chance in his main roster career. But that's a whole different story. Speaking of which, you do bring up another point also when it comes to Seth friggin' Rollins, and that's that LA Knight was also pushed by CM Punk to get in the back of the line. It really surprised me personally that LA Knight did not get involved here at all and screw CM Punk. I thought that was going to become a side story. Seth freaking Rollins was the furthest thing from my mind regarding this whole damn night, and it bit me in the ass 2 times. Damn it. And good God, what the fuck now? Well, JJ, what do you got to say?
Goldberg was right.
Let that sink in, folks.
Yeah.
Okay? Let that sink in. In case they didn't hear you, why don't you say that one more time?
I don't need to say it one more time because the chat is echoing it because they know I'm right. Goldberg was right. One of the other things y'all talked about last week was, did Goldberg have bitter grapes or did he have a point? And the general consensus from the majority of the panel was it was bitter grapes.
Yes.
That Goldberg needed to be thankful for what he got. But after this, Goldberg was right.
And Gunther loses again on the grander stage, his freaking championship, this time in the actual main event. God freaking bless it.
I'm not the biggest Goldberg guy. I will say I was always more of a Goldberg guy than I was a Hogan guy. But the margin was minimal. But watching Goldberg on that Ariel Helwani interview, like I did, something about the way he was wording things, because he couldn't dive completely into things. But something about the wording he was choosing just told me that something was off. And while I went ahead and I picked that Seth wasn't going to cash in.
Same.
Because I wanted to believe that Seth was legitimately injured. And that they weren't working us.
I got fucking worked.
Goldberg was right. And I feel like everybody, not just on our panel, but I feel like the entire IWC that has said that Goldberg is just being a little crybaby bitch about the way he got handled Saturday night's main event, really owes Billy Boy an apology. So, yeah.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was your SummerSlam Night 1 as we prepare for SummerSlam Sunday. Overall, I thought the show, it was adequate, but definitely, if nothing else, you take away from SummerSlam Night 1, Seth freaking Rollins worked over the entire fucking pro wrestling business. And Jeff Meacham here with fought towards all this as well. And apparently he is far less pissed about the ruse of the century than he thought he'd be. And I'm sure this will be a huge topic of conversation coming up on the No DQ review this week. So stay tuned. But that being said, that was SummerSlam Saturday. So let's go ahead and give a closing, simple final take on this night overall as a whole. I will start, of course, based on he heard it, wasn't part of the call, but echoing that final sentiment kind of sums it all. Overall, JJ, what is your set of sentiment towards SummerSlam Night 1?
Despite the fact that I basically went 50-50 on my predictions, it sounds like it was a decent show. I look forward to waking up in the morning after a nice night of sleep and watching it all before night 2 kicks off. And I look forward to being here alongside you and possibly Walter later on today now, technically, because it is after midnight here on the West Coast, and calling night 2 with you. So
there we go. Looking forward to it. Nick, any closing remarks overall to sum up SummerSlam Night 1 based on our conversation? I know you don't watch, but still.
I mean, sounded like a decent event. I don't think it was probably doors blown off. But I mean, this is their first two-night SummerSlam. So, I mean, we still have another night to go.
Yeah, and again, a lot of people probably were looking more into night 1 versus night 2 outside what the SmackDown segment was between John Cena and Cody Rhodes. And I almost wonder, are we going to get work twice this week? Stay tuned. Ash, overall, what's your final take away overall for SummerSlam Night 1? How did you feel about it? What did you think?
It was an all right show. Like the matches I was looking forward to delivered, so I can't really complain. I'm looking forward to night 2 though. Night 2 looks freaking stacked. All that like him that crowd. I'm like, I like this match. I like this match. I like this match. Like I'm pretty much. I'll be real with you. I'm looking forward to every match except for the John Cena Cody Rhodes match because I'll be real with you. I don't really care for Cena or Cody Rhodes.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. And again, it's all about, finding what flavor works for you. As the beauty of professional wrestling, it is so widespread. There truly is something for everybody in the industry, whether or not you look at that person, promotion, a ring, a story, a network, or some sort of realm in this reality. That being said, I will say this. SummerSlam Night 1, I thought it was okay. Prediction-wise, definitely not good for me. And at the end of the day, I got literally a moment I didn't expect. I got fucking work, so even so, I got to eat crow. But overall, I thought it was still a pretty good night. Pretty well paced and balanced overall. I kind of wish there was a little bit more brought out of a couple of the matches, but definitely the main event took the night overall for me, where Gunther and CM Punk can be one of the most competitive wrestling clashes in WWE this year for the men. So either way, congratulations to Seth freaking Rollins, and we will see soon enough if SummerSlam Night 2 surpasses Night 1. Will we be worked again? Will we be left in shock and awe? Will we see the real world champion for the last time, or once again for another time? Will Cody Rhodes turn heel? Is Naomi a third wheel? Will Becky Lynch shut Lyra down? Will family overcome Jacob Fatu? And will Dominik Mysterio beat the phenomenal AJ Styles in what could be his last SummerSlam? There's been so much more with that 12-way human car wreck coming up with that TLC match. And we're coming in all tomorrow night here at the Super Reliable Studios with SummerSlam Night 2. But that being said, what a wild-ass, rousing, passionate, compelling conversation we had tonight for the Shenanigans as we bring things finally to a close here, too. So thank you all for tuning in. Before we bid you all fine adieu and get the fuck out of here, let's go ahead and chill, and then we can get some rest. Nick, a pleasure as always with your takes, with your passion, with your curiosity, Anybody you want to promote, where can people find you?
You can find me on the Simply Reliable Studios and every Saturday at Shenanigans. Come next week to see what I'm gonna be wearing.
Oh Jesus!
I'm scared.
JJ, are you going to be hosting next week?
I don't know.
Oh no, I don't know if I want to be.
I work next Saturday, so I may be here late. So
And if anybody super chats, if you super chat to any one of the watch alongs, you get to dictate what I wear the week after.
Oh my God!
This is opening up a Pandora's box I don't think no one needs, especially in the back to school season where they're already shopping for Halloween. Anyway, Emmanuel, at this point, I'm a crazy son of a bitch. I will one way or another give you a simple take of SummerSlam Night 2 following our coverage, whether Walter and JJ are cognitive enough or even Ash or Nick are responsive enough. We'll find out. Stay tuned. That being said, Ash, our Canadian friend, our passionate preacher, sister, my God, love Chad, which you're doing that. But tell us where the people can find you and why they should follow you so they're not a dickhead.
You can follow me on X, the app formerly known as Twitter, at JettaBatAsh. You can catch me in the spaces, occasionally talking, mostly listening, and don't be a dickhead. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, Batty for Wrestling.
I'm about to say, Zack Sabre Jr. couldn't say it any better, you young punk. Appreciate you, Ash. Truly, we love you here. JJ, again, always a pleasure, man. I hope that you were able to really get everything off your chest regarding this night, damn it, and also the passing of the immortal one. Always appreciate your takes, your passion, your booking, even though WNAW don't follow it most of the time, it seems. But where can the people connect and further find and engage with you?
you can find me on socials on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. X, you can find me at ROWJJ Williams and Casa D18 Studio. No S at the end of studio on the X. That's where you'll find me hosting and participating in spaces. Make sure you subscribe to Walter.
Subscribe.
Rage of Wrestling. Follow him on Instagram, walter.cruz.940.
Subscribe.
X and Blue Sky, Walter Alex Cruz. Make sure, again, you subscribe to him there. 34 subscribers away from his goal. And I said it earlier on Bloodsport.
Subscribe.
Since we are now in August, and August is my birth month, my birthday wish for this year is to get Walter to 200. So let's go, people. 34 subscribers in 28 more days. We can do this.
Simply put, subscribe. Well, thank you for that, JJ. And again, shout out to James Hebert. He does really cool and dumb things on the internet, but we still appreciate that man and his quirkiness, even though he's a freaking idiot 95% of the time. Follow him at JHebertSide95. Follow him on YouTube, JHebertSide95. Engage him on Facebook if you choose. Follow his documentary for courses on Gary Hubert. He's done a lot of great work, put a lot of passion into that. And if you want to see him raised, then follow his play watch along on the Super Mario Eclipse modded version of Super Mario Sunshine. Endure the rage if you choose. Appreciate you, James Hebert. And as far as me, I'm, of course, back here on your screens somehow tomorrow night for SummerSlam Night 2 in the PBP seat. And again, I'm looking forward to doing that, of course, with my friends. So find me in the Simple Studios again and in Fox 916 on YouTube and on X. For at the end of the day, why Ash preached the sermon of professional wrestling, I give you this as a closing remark. For there truly is no winners, no losers, no betters. Just fans with all opinions for this passion we all share. So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It is truly as simple as that. Damn it. Oh, for the love of Pete, get that freaking off the screen. You can't freaking turn me into a meme this late at night. How many of those you got? All the Noahs. Just get all the Noahs out there. Why the freak not? Noah's just going to take over the entire Survivor Studios. We're going to get 9 Noahs. It's going to be the Noah bunch here soon enough with all these freaking screen caps. Freaking idiots.
He's going to be in Noah's Ark pretty soon.
Oh, shut
up.
You.
And we thought Walter was the one with the puns.
Don't even bring that up. Ay, 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 every time. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in once again. Please like us, subscribe, comment, tell a friend, hit the bell that's live on demand on any of the YouTube channels here at the Super Live Studios. Hit the subscribe button. Again, our content, our creativity, our passion is not letting up anytime soon, I assure you. But for now, we are finally going to bid all of you fine folks a fine adieu in typical British game show fashion. And even though he wasn't here on screen, yes, I almost forgot. Thank you for that. How could I ever forget Jeff motherfucking Meacham? Follow him on the social media as you see there. Instagram _Jeff Meacham, Facebook at Jeff Meacham, and on the X going to give it to you, _Jeff Meacham. Thank you, by the way, Jeff, for your comment earlier in the chat. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get the freak out of here. Thank you all again that are in the chat still at this point. Charles, Emmanuel, Safet. But let's go ahead and get to bed. So, for Nick Ferrantes, whether or not he's doing Burger King, Wendy's, McDonald's, or some sort of restaurant up in Canada that I don't know about, say goodbye. Perfect. Bob Saget couldn't do it any better. For the Renegade Wrestling, JJ Williams, say goodbye.
Adieu, Avidesen, farewell, goodbye.
And for our Canadian friend, Ash, say goodbye.
Have a good night, guys.
And for me, finally, it is a goodbye, a farewell, a adieu, sayonara, muchos gracias. And until next time, as always, make a positive impact in life and have a good night. And thank you for tuning in once again to the Saturday Shenanigans. What a party. Have a good night, folks. We'll see you next time in 1 week. Also, stay tuned for our SummerSlam Night 2 watch along. Something tells me we're going to have a whole nother reason to rant after that night's over. Take care, folks.